All right, hello. Welcome to Unenlightened. I'm Austin. How we doing this morning? We're going to be working on more Bender today, trying to build out the chest section. How you doing, Rose and Corey? What's going on? How's your morning? Okay, let's fix that a little bit. It was a little too low. Oh, don't look at that. That's my whole schedule on the wall. It's none of your business. Okay, so air conditioner's on. We've got our chest section. I'm gonna be careful about putting this on so that I don't deafen you. But so we know this fits me, right? But there was a Lola out there. She'll be okay. She's gonna be mid-nap before you know it. Alright, so we've got these two sections. Morning is good? I'm glad to hear that, Rose. I'm having a pretty good morning, too. You're sick, but you have coffee and cookies. That definitely balances it out. I wish I had coffee and cookies. So, as I mentioned in the Discord, I realized what's wrong with Bender's face. And it's wrong in every 3D version of him I've ever seen. Because you look at him, and you go, oh, okay, so that's the shape of his head, right? So it's a perfect tube. Except it's not, because in every 3/4 or 90 angle of him, he has an overbite. This part should stick out further than this part. And that's why it looks wrong. So in the final version of the helmet, I'm going to fix that. There's a little bit of a logistical issue figuring out where the mouth grill sits to compensate for that placement, but it's got to be possible to figure it out. I'm not gonna have that. I'm fixing that in the final version, but we've just about got our proportions figured out. I'm not actually that worried about the legs. We're not going to take the cardboard all the way to the legs. We're going to finish this body cavity and get some arms on it, and then I'm going to start working on the real thing. Ooh, Chips Ahoy chocolate chip cookies. The Cadillac of cookies. Good choices, Rose. Hey, Pimp, how you doing? Decadent. See, Corey knows what's up. Pimp, what's going on? How you doing today, my friend? All right. So we got this. And Rose, I can't remember if you're one of the people who've seen the show or not, but for the record, the intro is a reference to a line that Bender says all the time. They'll mention some. At first, it was just random metals. They'd say something was made of iron, and he'd go, "I'm 40% iron," and then clang on his chest, and that evolved into being just all kinds of random shit. So that's what I was referencing. But I do have to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. You have an acting question for the streamer. Have I been practicing my Bender impression? I have been practicing. I'm not super thrilled with where I'm at right now, but it's I've been a little behind the last few days. I just tried it again before the stream today, and I have not been keeping it up, so I have to find that spot again. And of course I can bend. Look, I'm bending things right now. Look at me doing all the bending. But yes, I am working on a voice. The one that I do right now, which I said last time, sounds a lot more like what he sounded like in the beginning of the show. You know, I'll make my own amusement park with blackjack and hookers. In fact, forget the park. Like that voice I can do, but now there's like, it's higher up and there's more gravel to it. That's harder to replicate, and I haven't quite found it. Slept awful. You got a call earlier and you don't know what's happening with your mom before you slept and you watched a sad movie. Pimp, don't watch a sad movie. You're adding to the pile. Watch a comedy. Distract yourself. I'm sorry things are going so rough for you, Pimp. I hope you do keep us posted on what's happening there. This thing on the ground is making too much noise. I'm going to kick it. The old voice is too nasally. Yeah, the old voice is definitely too nasally.
Yeah, there's more voice to it. It's down, it's in there a little bit more. Hey, pretty mama, want to kill all humans?
That sound. I'm warming up to it. I've never really actually tried to practice him before because I've gotten so frustrated. A bit stuffed up, or is that just allergies? Yeah, that is a problem I run into because I have a nasally voice and it's hard to get around that. I have to, like, steam myself. Oh, great. I moved my mat that was making all the noise, but now the floor is covered in overstimulant. Hold on. Go away! Okay, that's better. Yeah, it's easier. Like, I can get a little closer when I'm listening to it. How is my voice when I hold my nose? It actually doesn't change that much, just my M's. But, like, speaking, I don't really use my nose very much when I talk. Just a little bit. More now, but I grew up with fairly severe allergies in a house with cats. So, it was kind of always like that, and I just got used to it. I'm trying to just push this out all the way around to try and soften it enough. Steampunk Bender would fix my problem automatically. Good call, Melody. How you doing? I've been shopping for that wide-angle prime lens that I need. Canon makes a 10 millimeter, which is 8 more millimeters than I have right now, or 8 fewer, I guess. The bottom end of the standard lens that comes with most Canon cameras is a 18 to what, 35 or something? I don't know, doesn't matter. Point is, bottom end is 18 and I need to go lower. You like the template? Big question, thanks. Yeah. If you can tolerate it, I'll probably practice the voice a little bit more today. I just need to pull up clips of it to listen to help me. Makes it a lot easier to zero in. If I'm getting annoying, just let me know. Emily tolerates my noises. It's stormy there. But you agree it should be called the of out. Yeah. I mean, it makes perfect sense. It's just logical. There's one line in particular that I like to use to try to find it. It's from Bender should not be allowed on television.
Have you ever tried just simply sitting down with your children and hitting them?
That line. Hold on a second. Where's that clip? It's in like every compilation of him. Give me just 1 second. Have you ever tried simply turning off the TV, sitting down with your children, and hitting them is the line. There we go.
Motivation. You're angry. The answer is yes. On the other hand, simply turning
There we go. There we go.
Rest with the parents.
This line.
That's right, you. And so I ask you this one question. Have you ever tried simply turning off the TV, sitting down with your children, and hitting them?
And so I know I'm not there yet, but
Have you ever tried simply turning off the TV, sitting down with your children, and hitting them?
like I have some of the right pieces. I'm just the biggest thing I'm missing is the gravel. Because I can make my voice gravelly as much as I need to. I can go all the way down to like a smoker voice. But it's hard to do that.
And this thing that's a big part of Bender's voice. I can't do both of them at the same time.
Tom Waits. I mean, that kind of was, wasn't it? I don't know any Tom Waits lyrics. But the other thing that I need to pin down with Bender is the accent too, because he's got that. I can never remember her damn name, but he's got that kind of Chicago thing going on, that big wide thing. Seems the origin of oven go all the way back to the word for cooking pot in Greek. That's really interesting. So what was the word in Greek? Can't do Tom Waits off the top of my head. I've never even tried to do Tom Waits. Here, hold on. If I'm going to do it, I got to do it right. There's lyrics on the screen? Because you can't understand a goddamn word he's saying. Just like a bullet leaves a gun. Yeah, he's down around it. Hey, I've never tried it before. That's fairly close. Not awful. Work harder on your compliments. It's extremely nerve-wracking to do impressions that are unpracticed. What else do I have that's not practiced? Thank you. Tell me I'm great.
There's another one that it's got a similar kind of vocal fold that I've been practicing to try and get myself in the Bender space. It's a similar kind of sound. Whatever the fuck his name is, the guy that plays Hiccup. What is that actor's name? Okay, so it's Greek, but it looks like Hypnos. Hypnos, Aula, Uka, Oven, and we're to oven. Interesting. Language is so weird. I mean, that's why I don't get being like a grammar stickler. I used to be, but it's like language is descriptive. How's my Doofenshmirtz? I actually never watched that show. It was a little bit after my time. I do watch Dan Povenmire on TikTok because he's just hilarious. Doofenshmirtz. A platypus? Parry the platypus! Parry the platypus! Yeah, ballpark. Not really tried that one before. Getting ballpark is pretty easy for me. It's getting it like right. And that's the thing that annoys me when I watch people do like a walk-in impression, because anybody can say, you know, and like, good for you. But that's not the only thing he does. There's this guy right now that's he's really popular for his Jeff Goldblum, and well, you know, it's magnificent and it's special, and you know, and it's great. But his Goldblum is fantastic. That's not the one I'm criticizing. But a bunch of his other voices feel really unpolished. And, like, it's not like it's my place to criticize, right? Like, I don't properly practice. I don't make a big deal out of doing voices. Bend, you bitch. Come on. There we go. It's the spot where it overlaps. Criticize them, they'll never know. I don't know, Melody. I'm pretty famous. I'm quite sure word will get around to them eventually if I say something. Oh, that'll be a good one to pop up out of context. Okay. This is feeling rounder. I think it's working. So now we need to get the radius right. Didn't you just get that one the other day, Corey? Or somebody did. Somebody did. I can't remember who. It was a few weeks ago. I have zero sense of time. Attention. The streamer you are watching appears to have rated this channel. Wouldn't that be great for my ratings if I had a beef with a famous actor? Yes, that would be, but I don't want to be known for having beef with people. It's not really my vibe. So it's not worth it to me. Newest drama kid. Alright, so we gotta cut this. Better to have chicken instead. Yeah, it's much better for the heart. That's true. Or pork. The other white meat. Alright, so what we're figuring out here, I'm going to tilt this down just a smidgen. I really wish I could have a wider angle. Okay, there we go. Repent at the end of a salmon. That is the whole reason behind people thinking fish isn't meat. Okay, so we're going to have a bit of a challenge here because we need to make a tube that is the same radius as this, right? But we also need it to taper slightly. You feel almost no remorse for eating chickens. Cows and pigs are smart and cute and make you sad, but chickens have it coming. I would agree. Chickens are dumb assholes. They are... Oh. Uh-oh. What the hell was that? I just stepped on a metal shaving. It's all good. Fortunately, because I walk around barefoot all the time, I have extremely thick calluses on my feet. and experience no consequences for stepping on things. Is this a call to start eating geese? I mean, sign me up. Seriously. Who cares? It's a goose. Alright. So what we're going to try and do here is... The metal was probably sabotaged by Big Chicken. Yeah, they don't like me telling the truth about their industry. We all know it's reasonable to eat you chickens. Don't try and hide from the truth. Hold on, sorry, I'm finding my zip ties here. There we go. Okay. Is that what's been poking me in the nose? Yes. Oh, fuck. Well, that explains a lot. There's things on this that I want to, like, fix, but I know it's not really worth my time. Because this is not the costume, right? This might actually be the last round before I start making the real thing, if I'm being honest. Because I'm getting impatient to start seeing how the real helmet is going to fit. So I might print out some, like, stabilizer rings and stuff like that to see if that fits comfortably over my head and start testing out some things like that. We're just going to keep Frankensteining this thing together. I basically want to make sure that if I cram myself into something like this, I'm going to fit. Seems Game Explain has played TOTK and are posting about powers and items we haven't seen yet. Yeah, I posted about it in Game Talk. Zeltic got to play too. He was invited also. There's a portable cooking pot, which looks really cool. And apparently there are a couple of new powers like the other ones that they've shown us that they haven't shown us yet. And he wasn't even allowed to talk about it. So I don't know. Maybe Game Explain talked about ones that he wasn't supposed to, or that Nintendo gave him special permission to. But Zeltic was limited. Sounds like a good way to get Nintendo to take 30% of your livelihood for the rest of your life. They invited YouTubers to Nintendo headquarters to test the game. So I guarantee, like, they had to sign embargo agreements. So whatever he's posting about, I'm sure he's allowed. I mean, nobody's that stupid. And there was some new stuff in Zeltic's video that we hadn't seen in trailers. Like, they showed more elaborate uses of the fuse ability and stuff like that. Better than staying in prison, that's for sure. Okay. My brother wants to get Tears of the Kingdom, and I convinced him he should also play Breath of the Wild. He just got a Nintendo Switch because I moved so that we can play games together. And then he saw the trailers for Tears of the Kingdom, and he's like, should I play that first? Should I play Breath of the Wild first? And I was like, I mean, you don't have to, but if you want the full experience of how awesome this sequel is, you might want to. Oh, shit. What say a man is made out of mud. Okay. Still just trying to think about where that voice spot lives. Because I've found like 3 different places in my throat that can make a similar noise. There's the low one that sounds like the more nasally old voice to me.
Which is like down here. And then I found out I can do it up here too, which is like higher up in the throat. So I'm wondering if I do that and then also talk at the same time, maybe the 2 of those together get a little bit closer.
I'm kinking my neck, tipping it back to do that.
Oh, I think I got whiplash.
Every once in a while it snaps in and gets really close. That was kind of close. And of course the lines where he's not as raspy are easier for me to do. So what's the deal? Is he sharing stuff he's not supposed to, or is it the same kind of stuff that was in Zeltic's video? It's a hard choice now with Tears of the Kingdom almost here. Spoilers will be everywhere, and you're going to want to play before being spoiled. Now, my brother is, like, he just turned, how old am I? 28? So he just turned 32. So he's not, like, going to be inundated with spoilers. Like, he just found out about Tears of the Kingdom, like, 3 weeks ago. I don't think he needs to worry about getting spoilers in his internet circles. The only thing I'd be worried about is his friend Javi, who, bless him, cannot shut his goddamn mouth. That's who I'd be worried about. He told my brother that he also needs to play fucking Skyward Sword before he can play Tears of the Kingdom. And I'm like, you didn't really like the older Zelda games? You're interested in this because it's more open world and more like the RPGs that you play now, the open world games? I don't think you're going to like Skyward Sword very much. Like, just knowing my brother, like, he was not into Zelda. I don't think he'll like Skyward Sword. So I told him I would recommend just getting filled in on the story for that, so that you have an idea of what's going on. And then just ask me if you have any questions. Yeah, play Age of Calamity. Skyward is so hard to tell people. I know, right? Like, to be like, whoa, before you play Tears of the Kingdom, the game that's for everybody, you're going to want to make sure that you play something almost nobody wants to play right now. Like, Skyward Sword, I really liked that game, but as time has gone on, I've found that most people didn't really. What I didn't like was Fee. This is actually working. The shoulder pad just fell off, but it wasn't really doing anything anyway. So, whatever.
I'm 40% titanium. I'm 40% titanium. Oh, maybe if I go down there, it's a little raspier. That kind of works a little bit. Is that getting closer? I feel like that's getting closer.
People warmed up to it a bit more when HD came out. Oh, I guess because it is getting closer? Thank you, Rose. I guess because the control scheme was better? Is that why? Remember how my voice will sound inside the helmet, though? Yeah. Keep in mind, I am going to have mesh in front, so hopefully that'll help mitigate it a little bit. But worst case scenario, I'll seal the whole thing up, put a mic inside and a speaker on the outside. That's my backup plan. Because I can just take this mic, wire it directly into a speaker, and it should be fine. Well, and Emily was telling me that I should work on some of the other characters, because I can do the Dr. John Zoidberg. I can do Zoidberg. I have a Zoidberg. I can do all that stuff. And I kind of have a Farnsworth. The I don't want to live on this planet anymore. That voice. But I don't really have any more than those two. And those are both just Billy West. Good news, everyone! Fetal stem cells? Aren't those controversial? In your time, yes. But nowadays, shut up! They tweaked Fee a bit as well, and maybe the passage of time made them like it. Apparently it has some killer dungeons. It does! I loved that game. I thought it was tons of fun. Fee was annoying but tolerable. The whole Demise storyline is amazing. I love it. Yeah, if I didn't think my brother would fucking hate the game, I would tell him he should play it. But I know him. He's not going to like the game. Nice audio setup. Thank you, Hermit. Are we sounding a little better now? How you doing today? What's good? People say man is made out of mud. Is this working? I feel like it's working. There's a lot of zip ties. Refighting the same bosses was bad. Doing pretty decent, sounding a bit scratchy, but way better than the echo. Is it really? Hold on, I think I can fix that. Let me know if that helped. Did that make it sound any better? Maybe if I take it out of my pocket, put it out on the hip. Sounds basically like a low bitrate audio stream with a heavy gate. Oh, really? Oh, not great. But it is better than the echo. I'd rather have consistent audio than full bands. Yeah, it's definitely good enough. But good to know. Thank you. Oh, motherfucker. That wasn't even the screwdriver. I just punched myself in the knuckle. That really hurt. I'm about done fighting with this cardboard. I've been that's the motto here. Good enough? Yeah, I would agree. It's funny, I thought I was going to need to trim it, and I'm really glad I didn't before I started attaching, because I definitely don't need to trim it. It's almost exactly the right radius, actually. It's kind of weird. Hermit, what are you up to today? How's life, huh? So where was I when I got a little closer to the voice there?
It was like, it was kind of down around here. Something a little more like this. Actually seems to kind of help to have something in my mouth. I don't know why that is.
He does kind of have a soft consonants thing going on. If you listen to him talk, he has a little thing going on. Getting myself into this thing is going to be a bitch and a half. He's always got a cigar, so that's in character. That's true. That might actually be part of the way that John DiMaggio figured the voice out. That I've always found to be easier, is just try to reverse engineer it. And then every voice actor has this thing I've mentioned before that I call a nugget, which is present. It's the bit of their voice that they can't get out of all of their voices. Like how Jim Henson also just kind of sounds like Kermit, and so do all of his characters. And that's not a criticism, it's just how it works.
And John DiMaggio's is kind of somewhere around there. It's that sound. That's like where John DiMaggio's nugget is. But his voice is a lot deeper. So it's that sound, but it's like all the way down here.
This needs to be much more tapered around the bottom. Like, what? That much, maybe? Bender's coming along really well, though. The costume is looking good. We're probably about done with the cardboard phase of this project. I think I'm just going to cut some slits in it. All of these demonstrations have an Austin nugget. Exactly. Yeah. And for me, that's the nasally sound. The Austin nugget is this sound. My dad has it, too. That's the thing that I can't get out of all of my voices. If I like do something really gross, I can get it out a little bit more, right? I can clear that from my voice a little more, but it's not easy to do. It's hard to maintain. But if you can find someone else's nugget, it's kind of a shortcut into the other things they do. Who's somebody who has a really distinctive one? Well, Mel Blanc had a really distinctive nugget. And you can really hear it in his scream. Blender ASMR. Do you mean Blender the software, or do you mean Blender the machine? I can do Blender the machine. It's a quiet, gentle blender. Christian Saul is very distinctive, or maybe she never does a voice. Yes, it's the second one. She's a fantastic actress, but she doesn't really do voices. I love Christian Shaw. She does not do voices. She's a very talented voice actress, but she does her voice and knows where it benefits her. Great performer. Love her. Oh, Rob Paulson. You can kind of hear him in everything he does. Rob Paulson is like Yakko Warner and Pinky from Pinky and the Brain. No, I think so, Brain. And the guy who plays Brain also has a very prominent nugget. You can hear him in most Matt Groening projects. His name is Maurice LaMarche, if I'm not mixing the names up. But he has a very distinctive fold in the back of his throat that you can hear when he's doing most of his characters. In Futurama, he plays Kif, among other characters. But you can hear it in the, yes, sir. in that voice. And I guess Billy West kind of does. He's really good at manipulating his voice. He's extremely talented. Another one who is somehow really good at manipulating his voice, but also has a very consistent nugget at the same time, is Seth MacFarlane. I'm not a fan of his writing, but as a voice actor, the man is top tier. He's really good. Like, there's just no denying the fact that he's a good voice actor. Yeah, I really need to practice this voice, because, I mean, it's just, come on, it would be so much cooler. Like, you're walking around at a convention, you know, you see this Bender come waddling down the road. Then you're like, hey, Bender, and he goes, cram it, meatbag! And then you just, like, move on with your day. If I can do the voice right, it'll make this so much better. I do have to work on the accent a little bit more. What is the name of that actress? Find Sam.
Hey, baby, want to kill all humans?
Then she'll take the helmet off.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. Oh, God. I'm not trying to be a robosexual.
I'm really looking forward to doing this, and it'll get me to keep practicing the voice. I'll get this figured out. I want to put a spit shine on my Stitch. I was worried that they weren't going to cast... I mean, I'm not going to watch that movie. There's no need to make it live action. Just like I didn't watch Lion King, and I'm not going to... I'm not watching those. But they did get Chris Sanders, the guy who created the original movie and played Stitch, to come back. I got cast as Stitch. No. Chris Sanders did. No. I can do Stitch. I do need a bit of a refresher. That's a voice I've been doing since I was a little kid. And what happens there is, as my voice starts to wander, it gets deeper on me.
Because it's supposed to be up higher. And I want to do it like down here, because that's where my voice was when I did it when I was a little kid. And it's up here.
I'd be a great Stitch. Thank you, Rose. Okay, everybody buckle the fuck up, because this could go south. Okay, so far so good? We're good? We're good? We're good? We're good. Make a Stitch about my Stitch. I'm going to say the proportions on this look pretty good. It tapers just about right. And it actually leaves me a fair amount of room. Clip it. Very trash can-esque. Why, thank you. That was a tip of the hat, but I don't have any arms. Speaking of which, I think it's time to cut some armholes. If I can get out of here. Okay, we're through. Does today's modern world leave you irritable and impulsive?
Shut up and get to the point!
You were ready for me to fall over and not be able to get up until Em could come save me? Hey, thanks for rooting for me, Rose. Never too late to pivot to Oscar the Grouch. What does he even sound like? I don't really remember. It's kind of like a gangster or something, right? You had the same idea, Pimp? There you go, Rose. You're wishing for my failure on the level Pimp does. Do you feel good about that? Oscar's just an angry old man. Hey, me too. Okay, so I think if those holes are slightly oblong, that'll help. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing here, but I'm just cutting armholes in. I'm not being very precise about it. I just need to figure out approximately how much space I need. Fortunately, there's like a baffle on his arms before they meet the shoulder, so that can be used to cover up any mistakes here. Okay, this arm's got to go up this time. Yep. Oh no, it's backwards! Wait, hold on. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay, so that arm's a little high. The placement is also a little high. If I give this a little more space down here, and then use that baffle to cover it, I should be able to get my arm to this point, which is good enough because his arms hang out really wide, and then I'm actually going to control the fingers with puppeteering. So my arms are going to be up here the whole time, which means I'm going to need to build something to support my shoulder so that I can just rest my arm on it. Otherwise, that's going to be really, really uncomfortable. So my arm is going to hang like this. I can reach, I can do everything I need to do to be Bender. Take pictures, flip people off, whatever I need to do. So that's the lesson there, is that we need that support thing. Ugh. Cut that section off. I feel like that size is about right, actually. And then again, I think the baffle ends up being a part of the arms, right? And then I pull them up like sleeves. They attach there, hopefully with magnets or something. So how big does the baffle need to be in order for that to work? And how is the shape just in general? The nice thing is this is now big enough that it can stand on its own. And I can just get an idea of how this works. Okay. So what we want to do, where's the front of the face? There should be a groove for it right there. There we go. Okay. Just pop this in. And that looks identifiably like Bender, even though it's made out of cardboard, which is a really good sign. Jesus, this thing is enormous. What do we think? Proportions look decent, don't they? Like, it's not clean because it's made out of cardboard, but the general size and shape seems to be appropriate. The cuts for the real thing are going to be a little bit harder. I'm trying to figure out... So, This is a scrap strip of the material that I want to make it out of. And what I want to see, watch out big fella, is if I roll this up like I had with the cardboard, is it going to have a bunch of ridges in it? Or will that actually smooth it out? Because it's very smooth and flexible. I always call this coroplast, which I don't think is actually what anybody calls it. I feel like somebody called it that once when I was on set, and then I just ran with that forever. I think the slope of the shoulder neck circle should be steeper. You are 100% correct. Yes, it should be about twice as steep as it is. Yes. How do you feel about the width, though? Radius is looking good. Torso angle is looking good. Yeah, this when I made it like way too big, it sloped down far enough because I was thinking about distances, not angle. Like how far down from the neck it goes, and so it sloped down to about here when there was more of it left, right? And that seemed about right, but it needs to go down to about here from there in that distance. So it's, yeah, it would be about that angle. Just down here where I can't put my hand. Okay, so I'm going to try and crimp up this stuff here. I want to see how good this is, because this stuff is so lightweight. It's lighter than cardboard, I think. And I don't see any reason why if I put a metal, I have this metal wire over here for this purpose also. There we go. Here. I have this stuff that I'm going to use for support. This is fencing wire. So this is really strong stuff. I'm actually going to need to get a new tool to cut it with. I don't have any bolt cutters, and you kind of need that to cut this stuff without giving yourself carpal tunnel after 3 attempts. So I'll get a set of bolt cutters, and then I'm going to make it out of that stuff. You do wonder if the can is sticking out too far relative to the goggles. Interesting. I'm going to turn it sideways. You look up at that and tell me, and I'm going to keep twisting this. So there it is at pretty much 90 degrees to you. I think you might be onto something. These will be out a little bit further when I fix his mouth situation, so that might help. So imagine him out maybe more like this far. Like to here. But yeah, you do have a point there. It makes him look like too blocky almost. I want to play Bastion again. Or more accurately, I want more Bastion. That's it's on my screen right now. Here. See? It's on my background, so. Just staring at it like, oh, Bastion, I miss you. It's a sort of UFO look or a periscope where the head is almost small. Yeah, the head, he looks a little pinheaded. I think it's just, in general, the torso is a little big. Well, I'm getting more Hades and I'm going to have to live with it. Yeah, I liked Hades. If I'm being honest, I would rather they did more Bastion than more Hades, but Hades was way more popular, so I don't think I have a choice. How long until Hades 2, by the way? When do they have a date for that, or is it just announced that they're working on it? I feel like with a good paint job, these ridges wouldn't be very noticeable. I really want it to be a hard body rather than making it out of like foam or something. I really think it's going to work a lot better if it's a hard body. It'll just, the vibe will be better, you know, because it'll be clunky and blocky. Yeah, so there are two problems that I'm seeing. I think you're right. I think the head relative to the body is a little too big. It's also tilting forward, which is just a little weird. And that's because of the shape of this piece. That's been tilting forward on that the whole time. But I'm just not worrying about it. Will be early access sometime later this year. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. This is harder to roll up than the cardboard, though. Come on, go, you little shit. Work with me here. Work with me, child. I guess I could score out all the grooves on the inside. That might help, but it'll make terrible noises because then it'll squeak every time I roll it. It's already doing that. I don't want to make it worse. So if this does work, I'm going to order a whole bunch of this shit and get rid of my cardboard store. Because that's got to go. There's just too much. Come on. It's like I'm trying to resuscitate it. Ha, 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 ha. Staying alive, staying alive. I don't know. I don't know if that's the stuff. It's getting awfully ridgy. I don't think this is the material. Damn. Okay. I swear to God, if this ends up... Okay, what the hell is happening back here? Fuck, man. Everything's falling over. Okay, you just stay like that. I'm not going to deal with you right now. So I want to get an arm on here now. How many segments does he have on his arm? Let's see here. I forgot about the whole pay disagreement they had for the reboot. Yeah, that's the thing. Every single image of him... I mean, it really is true. Every single image of him has an overbite. But whenever you see it in 3D, it never does. It's the overbite. I'm so frustrated. Like, I'm annoyed that I didn't realize it sooner. I watch this show so much. This is my comfort show. But yeah, you see those baffles on his arm there? we'll use those to hide our crimes. They're pretty big. And then we also need to cut out his chest window. So we'll go ahead and move in that direction. So I'm seeing... Oops, that's the wrong one. There we go. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 arm segments before we get to the handcuff. And with where my arm is at inside this costume, because again, we do know that these proportions are fairly close to what we want. Right? Oh God, I shouldn't do that with the head on there. Jesus. It's way scarier to make simple designs like this into costumes because every deviation from perfection gets amplified. I know, right? That's why I like the challenge. Like, that's the thing. That means if I'm able to pull this off, it's going to be really awesome. So, it's worth it. Okay, we're going back in.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Yep.
It's also going down too far. You can't really see it, but it should kind of be stopping somewhere around here, right, where my hands actually do reach, and then his hands reach a little bit lower than that. So I think 4 of the sections fit onto my arm, and then 2 more beyond. Yeah, like this should stop around here. And so that does mean that the whole thing should be more narrow. Like this looks right for the size that it is, but if we cut it off here, it wouldn't be quite right. So let's turn this around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely. I know you're coming round. Okay. So we need arm tubes. I should use the lightest cardboard I have for that. Which is probably that in the back there. Oh, my safety glasses. Although tough because the legs go straight into the can. Oh, also tough. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and they actually there is canon like images of how his where his legs connect because he flashes his ass all the time. So like I have to get that right also. Like, I know this is going to be a real big challenge. That's why... Everything's fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything's completely fine. That's why I started in, April. I don't think the tickets are on sale yet. I haven't checked. But this is technically part 2 of the Road to Comic-Con series. Maybe there'll be a graphic there. Who knows? Don't let me down, IKEA. What the fuck? How the hell did you even manufacture this? Oh, there's a seam there. I didn't see the seam. Because it has this internal fold, and I didn't see the seam here, and I'm like, how did you make cardboard do that? There we go. Okay, so what I want to determine is how much radius we need to get around my arm, or how big of a radius, or whatever somebody who properly speaks English would say. Turn around. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, go big or go home. It's going to be really hard to make this costume work, but if it does, it's going to be so cool to walk around Comic-Con with it on. Oh, wait, can I do it? Let's do it in line with the cardboard. We'll go with the grain here. Excuse me. So if I can't make it out of corrugated plastic, then what am I going to make it out of? I don't have the space to... Oh! I don't have the space to... like, heat form plastic. Like regular sheet plastic. Maybe. I don't think I have the real estate to pull that off. We only need 6 of these arm cuffs here. What I'm starting to think is that I should just make it out of ventilation sheet metal. That's going to be so fucking heavy. It really seems like a bad idea, doesn't it? It seems like maybe I shouldn't do that. Nearly got all the way through to the middle. What other options do I have? I mean, I could try... You just finished the Zeltic video and he said there's a power he can't talk about and you saw Gain Explain do so, but now you can't seem to find it. Oh, so he did get in trouble and took it down. Good for you, Game Explain. Prepare to never be invited to one of those things ever again. That's a pretty big fuck up. Well, I'm going to... I don't want to know. Don't tell me that one. It's only a couple of weeks until the game comes out now. Although it might be something that you don't get until later. really wish I could remote control my camera's like pointing direction. I've been shopping for a wider angle lens so that I could just do that with the higher resolution camera and changing where it's looking in software, because that might actually be doable. But we shall see. Every now and then I get a little bit around and I know you're coming around. Okay, so if this is going to be an arm cuff, in order for it to be proportional, it's got to be about that size, which is more than enough for me to get my arm through and keep them all the same size. So we'll cut this here. It seems not all powers are gotten at the same time, but you like that. Yeah, I thought that was an odd thing about the last game. Like, here are all of your magical abilities. And I was like, oh fucking okay. Just like that. Congratulations, you won. Okay, so that is one link. So 2, 3, 4. That looks like it's almost exactly the proportions I was expecting. Why is my arm itchy? Do I have a sliver? Where'd all my zip ties go? Anybody happen to see me put them somewhere? They fall? What? Ah! Only real growth in Breath of the Wild is getting the champion powers. Yeah, and then like upgrading. You can upgrade the rune abilities, but that's like not anywhere near as exciting, you know? Yeah, way faster bomb times. Oh, way faster bomb times. Yeah, big deal, right? Woohoo! I'm so glad I played this game beyond the plateau. No. I mean, that's the thing, is the game is so great that, like, it doesn't... they get away with it, right? So, here's my idea, right? Because this is one of the things about the costume. Armor set upgrades are neat. They are. That's true. Bombs and Cryonis are way too OP. You're glad they're gone. Yeah. I always forgot to use Cryonis. I mean, Mega Hand is going to... or Ultra Hand is going to be really OP. That's going to be a lot. I think in order to evoke this look, the best thing to do... Sure, but it requires that you engage with your environment. That's true. Yeah, Cryonis and bombs were just like, here's an answer to your problem that you just can summon out of your butt. Yeah, fair enough. That's a good point. What I was thinking was maybe these could alternate. like outside, inside, outside, inside. That way you end up with single lines separating them. But that's not really the look. The look is supposed to be like a corrugated or a segmented tube. So having it go in and out and in and out like that isn't going to look right. It needs to be smooth all the way down, which means really this should be done with like you know that ventilation tubing that you can like make it turn corners by twisting it, right? Like it's fit together in such a way that when you twist it one direction it all aligns to straight, then you twist it the other, it turns into a 90-degree corner. That's what it's supposed to look like his arm is. Whereas Cryonis is like, I can cross all bodies of water trivially and tediously. Yeah, that I think is the real problem with Cryonis, is because you can do it, and it's not very fun. And so if you're trying to get to something, you'll be doing something really not fun on the way to something that you want to do. And it seems like they've made a point of making just getting around a lot more fun in this game, which I'm really looking forward to. And they brought back the DLC warp pad thing. The travel medallion, that's back. I'm excited about that. Not fun, and then you can just fly over things. Yeah. You set up these tree cutting puzzles and rafts, and then 20 minutes into the game, you never ever should do it again because Cryonis is more effective. Yeah, exactly. It's just not really useful. What do you know? I just made that situation worse. Swimming? Who needs it? Just Cryonis and Magnesis the drowned treasure. And Rivali's gale up waterfalls. Yeah. There's some waterfalls that are too tall for you to Rivali's gale over, but for the most part, you can just kind of be like, and skip it. I did this gesture. You missed it because I was off screen. I want to make sure you get every bit of the unenlightened experience. Kind of unstoppable, and that sucks. You like the environment to be puzzling. It seems like the Sky Islands are going to be built around that exact premise, so I think you're going to be in luck for that. Okay. So here's the deal. I am in thinky mode, because we've pretty much covered everything I needed to know about the proportions of the costume with what I've built so far. Now it's kind of time to start thinking about the real materials that can make this happen. And the biggest thing I'm running into is how his arms work. And I might just need to bump around Home Depot until I find something that I think actually looks okay. The only way for it to look right is for it to be metal. Because the obvious solution is to make the arms out of something soft, and then just draw lines on them. You know, cut them in, add detail, even make them out of foam. You were thinking the tubing for dryer vents? Yeah, it's a good idea. A lot of people do that for their Bender costumes, but it has too many lines. It doesn't actually look like what his arms look like. I need something that's going to have just 6 segments down the whole line. I mean, it's going to have to be a custom fab. Like, that's the only way I can do it. I'm going to have to make it myself. Such a thing doesn't really exist. Like, those
air vent corner pieces are the closest thing to that I'm aware of. Oh, I might have an idea. So the reason I didn't want to do something flexible, like making it out of foam and then sculpting into the foam, is because... Oh, that's going to get so hot. Hear me out. So foam will wrinkle. There's nothing I can do about it. It is a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. But I have until October. Comic-Con isn't until October. So if I can figure this out, that would be good. But what I was thinking was if I tried to make it out of foam and then just like sculpt the shape into it so that it looked... I could make it look right while it's stationary. But then the issue is every time I move, it's going to fold and wrinkle and crease and like overlap itself in a way that metal would not. But do you know what won't do that and will still bend? Rubber tubing. God, that would be so hot. Silicone's also a good idea. Silicone will still fold on itself quite a bit if you don't have it thick enough. But if I do like thick silicone rubber tubing, that might actually work. Because if it's a thick enough wall, right, I could get away with carving creases in to define those segments. And then it would still bend enough that I could do full posing and stuff like that, but it would bend in an even arc. In fact, it would fight my arm, which would be perfect because it would smooth out the curve. That might be the way to do it. I need rubber tubing. Okay, so probably next week, we are going to be starting assembly of the real costume. And I think I might actually start with the arms. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to pivot over to the computer because I'm actually set here. So for the second part of this video / stream, we're going to be looking at the 3D model for the head, which I'm going to make in Blender. Yeah, we're going to do Blender Bender. Bender to Blender biplane. Yeah. So we're going to switch over to the computer and work on that. I am not going to put the blue screen up. Actually, you know what? Let's do this as a test. I'm going to take my usual pause, run to the restroom really quick. I should be back in about 5 minutes like normal. And hopefully the blue screen is ready by the time I'm back. I should be able to pivot my stuff pretty quickly because my setup is really nice for that these days. So why not put the blue screen back? So I'll be back in just a moment.
Oh god, of course there's been another update. I didn't even do the last one. Get it? Is it good? Do I have it? A little higher, I think. And not quite. Camera position is slightly off. Oh, I forgot I'm wearing this sweatshirt. Yeah, there's no point in that. I'm certainly not going to change for this. So we'll go back to regular face cam. And let's do the thing. So I want Blender. And we're going to start with, we're going to be modeling out the head, I guess. I'm going to make it a really high resolution circle. Just because I mean, when I'm going to print parts of this at least. And when I do, I want it to be as smooth as possible. I guess I should just do a curve. But that's going to be harder for the rest of the modeling that I want to do. So we're all the way up to Blender 3.5.1, and I'm running 2.9. Okay, I promise I'll update after the stream. I'm nervous about what that means for me. I don't like having to relearn things. So we're going to add a circle. And Firefox, yes. I really am behind on some of that stuff, huh? Hey, but my video went up, okay? I posted the TikTok. I posted the blog post. I'm getting more consistent. I'm actually doing it. It's happening. Okay, so we'll do... let's just do like 256. That's a lot. And then where are my calipers? So what I want to do here is just measure the sizes of these things that I made, which is the whole reason we made them. So like the radius of this, which is going to be our bottom neck radius, because that's our absolute minimum for it to fit over my head. Oh, I don't have... I thought my calipers could reach that distance. Okay. These things are really shitty. They're falling apart. Like, they're decent calipers, but I've had them for a while, and they're getting old. And I really abuse my tools. All great things with the posting. Need to read the blog post. I mean, it's all the same info. Mostly the only thing is I went a little more in depth, slightly, about the fact that I want to change the way it's structured. Like rather than building it all at once, I want it to be built in segments that are parented to each other, because I think that'll be a lot easier to animate. Don't worry, 3.5 isn't that different, doesn't change much. It doesn't change much so much as it improves and adds and refactors. Okay. Only took 11:41 p.m. to get the schedule for sure improvements are made. Hey, that's a step up from never. I stand by that. So what do we think? Shit. I thought my calipers were going to reach across that distance. Do I have a tape? I don't have a tape measure out? What the hell is wrong with me? One of you says tape measure. There it is. See, it's not there. I pulled it out somewhere. Oh, it's out here because I was fixing the cabinet. That's right. 2.9 has the best splash screen of all, so you understand why I'd stick with it. Yeah, that's really the main reason. Okay, fine. We'll measure this in inches. 9.5. So what I'm going to do is 9.5 inches in millimeters. 241.3. 1, a 2, a 3. Where's that setting again? I'm just looking for the scene settings. Units, there we are. So why don't we up it a few millimeters, because it's 241.3. I'm going to make it 245. Oops. There we go. You make schedules too, but then you're like, do I really need to share it since you just play the same game? Only difference is now when you start with your Friday streams. You should still post it. The routine is a good habit. It's just good for you. The reason I started posting the schedules is because I had this problem, which I know y'all noticed, where I would have these big plans and then it would come time for the stream and I wouldn't want to follow through on that. And I would want to just do something easy. And with the schedule, I'm now committed. And I actually have a schedule written for myself, as I've mentioned before, all the way through the end of May. So we're in a good way here. It helps me keep myself in line. Because if I have told you guys that I'm on that schedule, then I'm a little more committed to it. There's a way to keep myself honest. Okay, so this bottom section of the jaw is 62. Okay. Oh, and then what's the difference before we actually start seeing the mouth? 62 and then 25. And I actually think it ended up being a little too thick, so we'll do 60 and 25. So EZ 60, whoops, 0.06. There we go. Already looking proportionately the same as what I've made over here. Oh, want to update the title. Yeah. Let's do... We'll just add Blender designs. There. Guess it's still Blender related. Ah! I guess that doesn't matter. I accidentally reset the chat window, and I then shortly realized that that's not a problem. 0.025. You just noticed the overlay title is from Monday. Oh, did I forget to change that? I was running a little late getting started this morning because I was taking care of a couple of chores, so I may have missed a couple things. Oh yeah. Fortunately, that doesn't matter for the video because I crop that out most of the time, so... There we go. Thank you. I don't know why you're acting like that wasn't on Monday. I mean, it was the Monday stream, so... I mean, obviously it happened on Monday. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. And then the inside of the mouth is, we'll say 80, because it's 79.8. So we'll just say 80. So, no, the other loop. Yeah, this is the loop I wanted. I want that. Right. That's what I was asking for. Thank you. Stream 1 happens on Mondays, and that was Stream 1, so it happened on Monday. Exactly. Your doublethink is coming along fantastically. All right. So we're going to build it as a complete cylinder first, and then I'm going to bump it out. I just got discorded. What happened? Oh, that's a different thing. Okay. Then from the top of the mouth to the bottom of the eye, that's going to be... Come on, work with me. 41. 41.9. So we'll say 42. Emily and I started watching Upload, which is entertaining, not great. I really like the show, like it's fun. Some of the writing is questionable, but I do like it. What's it about? It takes place in 2033 when people have started to be able to upload their minds into computers. Bit early for that to happen, but anyway, not really relevant. It's a story. So 2033, people are able to upload themselves into computers when they die. This guy is in a relationship with a girl who has a lot of money that he doesn't really like all that much, and then he gets into a car accident. His self-driving car crashes itself under mysterious circumstances, and he is killed, and his wife, or his girlfriend, like while he's in the hospital unconscious, has him sign the documentation to get uploaded under her account because he doesn't have an account. And so then he's dumped into the virtual world, but it's on her dime. He doesn't have the password, and she completely controls everything he does. And that's kind of our starting situation. So he has no way out other than death, basically. And we're like 5 episodes into it. 2023 or 2033 when Joe starts his 4th term. You took a survey about that show like years ago now. Yeah. It's been around for a while. I never bothered to click on it. It's kind of neat. I like it. It's fun, you know. It's not I'm of the mind that not every show needs to be like perfect. And I think it's a fun concept. Okay, that's the depth of the visor, or the height of the visor. What's happening to my where's the draw distance setting? I don't remember where that was. View in that sidebar. Like the one on the right? Oh, here. Oh yeah, clip end is at 1 meter. No. There we go. That was nice getting to watch it before it came out. So how'd that end up happening? No, don't die. Have battery. No, come back. There it is. All right. It's like one of the last 2 measurements I need. Don't be a dick about this. 55, and then let's get the other one before I lose my chance. 55, and I need a straight edge. I need a straight edge. I need a straight edge. There we go. $55 and $140. If anyone asks you like vodka, I'll keep that in mind. The first one I said 55, right? It was 55 and 140. Yeah, 55 and 140. Shaken or stirred. I like it poured directly into my mouth. Never had it. So 55, that's the distance up from the eyes to the top, or to where the curve of the head starts. And then the curve of the head goes from it goes 142. Oh, not, I'm sorry, 0.142. I'll bring that down just a smidge, like that. I will be making some adjustments, because this won't translate perfectly. One time you were sent some boxes of Cheez-Its to pick which ones were better? How do you sign up for this? Get me on the list, pimp. What's going on here? That is dope. I'm into it. I need it. Make it happen. Change my life. Okay. So, I don't think this will work. But if I say merge vertices at center, it'll do that. And then what I want to know is if I take this radius and then say bevel edges, what's going to happen? Oh, God almighty. No, that's not a thing. Yeah, I was pretty confident that wasn't going to work, but might as well try, right? A sibling of mine, or a sibling of yours, got surveyed about the design of the strawberry and cream Dr. Pepper can, but never got any to taste. That's some bullshit. They can't ask you to do one and not the other. You're telling me that doesn't count as something I can put a radius on? All right, fine. It's called Prize Rebel, and you just try to take random surveys. You made a nice amount from it. Got your PS4? What the fuck? And they're not like stealing your data and shit? I mean, more than anyone else? Select top ring, scale to 0, proportional edit. You mean like before I add all these extra rings? Or after adding them? After adding them, scale 0. Okay, and then proportional editing. Connected? Sphere fall off. Size really high. Oh, yo, shit. Okay. So that's kind of working, but we might actually need to try a different shape. Inverse square. Smooth? It might be smooth that we need, and I think I might just need more segments. I can't make it bigger than 100? Yeah, we need more segments. Good call, Corey. Thank you. Click the fuck. There we go. Sorry, I'm calm. Everything's fine. Proportional editing. That definitely looks better. So what if we do take it back to sphere? Why is sphere making it a cone? That just seems really weird. This is a scuffed method. It's almost working. That's the frustrating thing. But what I think we'll do is we'll use... smooth seems to get us really close. Inverse square does not work. Constant. There you go. That's what we want. Oh, we had to think backwards for some reason. Sharp does the trick. Could always make a UV sphere with 256 lines and stitch it on. I could. That would suck, though. Fortunately, we got lucky here, and this seems to work. Yeah, that's really nice. In fact, I'm going to up the resolution on this one more time. So we're going to come in here and do one more round of these. Because I do want... I mean, the dome on the top needs to be really smooth, you know? I really don't want to get trapped in trying to just fully 3D print this, but I think I'm going to be stuck with it. Should be able to select all the faces, right click and hit subdivide. I don't want to subdivide horizontally though, only vertically. Click the fuck? What happened here? What did I say? I didn't hear myself.
Click the fuck. There we go.
Solid. Well clipped, Herbert. There it is. You give it a click out of 10. I think it's about right. I think that's fair. It does still feel very layery. If I want a smooth dome, really need to go UE ball, man. Is that a good or a bad Sandler flick? It depends on who you ask, honestly. So why is that smoothing, or why does that? There are several lines between there. Damn it, we're gonna have to do the UV sphere. I feel like that looks better than it really is. Like I think this is what it will realistically end up looking like when I print. Which is really annoying because there are 3 subdivisions in here and it's just ignoring them completely. That sounds not safe for work. Adam Sandler? Probably. Oh, so I can go bigger than 100. You're spending 27 mana a turn? Holy crap, Melody. That's insane. Gotta spend mana to make mana. Mana makes the world go round. So I'm wondering if I take linear further than 100, if it is actually the one that'll look right. No. Okay. We do still want to do sharp. We want to take that down. Let's look at this from front on. Just about like that. It saddens me that you share your birthday with Adam Sandler. He's not Satan. He just makes stupid movies. He's close. I don't understand what you mean by that. So is it just the shading that's the problem? Because like I'm looking at the placement and these are not in a straight line from each other. Like that's a curve. But if we go out of this, it acts like they're in a straight line when it shades. So is it just shortcutting the shading and the shape is actually what it looks like it is? I feel like it is. It's a movie? After two of the devil's three sons escape hell to wreak havoc on earth, the devil must send his third son, the mild-mannered Nicky, to bring them back before it's too late. And that's an Adam Sandler movie? Or that's a different movie? Somebody else. I've never heard of that one. I mean, I wouldn't really call myself an Adam Sandler expert, but I have not heard of that one. Okay, so we're going to have to get crafty here in order to make this work. Because his shape, the shape of his head is actually impossible. Right? Because it's narrower here, then wider the rest of the way up. But still a circle on the top. But when you look at it from front on, it's perfectly straight. None of those things are possible together. So we have to cheat it a little bit. And what I'm going to do, we need to save this. Oh, apparently I had caps lock on, but at least it's saved now. That way I can revert if I have to. And we'll put it in wireframe mode. And I'm just going to select all of this. No, wait, hold on. Before we do that, let's go back where I can see normally. And we want to find the line that's exactly at the back, which is this one. Okay, and then we want our scale point to be here. So we want to snap cursor to selected. Okay, so then that's where we're scaling from, so that the back of the head stays where it is. Came out in 2000. Wow, yeah, I've never heard of that movie. I mean, I'm not exactly what you would call an Adam Sandler buff. I don't understand all the hate he gets, but I'm not like an expert on the man. Did not know you could do that. That was interesting to learn. Apparently, if you hold Alt and you hold down the scroll wheel, you can just flip between perspectives. It's really interesting. I didn't know you could do that. That's a neat little feature. Okay, so if we scale, oh, and we need to anchor our scale to the cursor. You're a bit too young to care about him, to care at all about him either way, but Pixels was bad. Yeah, Pixels, I never even gave Pixels a chance. The thing you need to understand about Adam Sandler is that when he was young, he was extremely popular as a comedian. And then he got bored with being in Hollywood. You wouldn't have either. It was shown in school twice. That's so mean. That's so awful to do to your kids. Oh my god. No, he got bored with being in Hollywood. Like, he's made a couple of really good films just to remind people that he does know how, and then he just makes fun movies with his friends. Like, he's just using Hollywood's money to hang out with his friends and go on vacations. The first, like, 70% of it, of course. Class doesn't last forever. How long is that movie? I feel like it should be 30 minutes long. Okay, so it's scaling from that point, which is good. That's working the way I want it to. But I don't want to go up. I just want to go out. I feel like about that much is really all I need. Okay, and then the top still stays a circle, but the problem is if we look at it from the front, it's now a little bit wider. And what I'm hoping is that we can cheat this and not ruin the dome on the top too much. So if we go back to scaling around the median point, and then we scale on X and Y until we're back to centered. Oh, wait, no. So then if I'm going to do that, then what I should do is go back to here, put this the way I had it, 3D cursor, look at this, select all of that, and then you scale only on the X-axis. Just draw that out a little bit. I don't think anybody's going to notice that that's oblong. And yet we can still have the overbite. I'm going to push it a little bit further. Like that. You watched Murder Mystery a bit ago. It wasn't good either. Not sure how it got a second one because he's got a lot of money. Go even further. I was about to pull up a reference image, maybe like there. Oh, /J. Okay. Well, I need my reference image because I do think I actually do need to go a little bit further, but yeah, just ever so slightly. Right? Because, like, look. No. Oh, God. I just need his face. Oh my god, the little baby Bender. I forgot about that episode. You don't know what you're referencing? Seems like a Dragon Ball Z quote. I would buy that. That sounds about right. Oh yeah, when he goes Super Saiyan 3 for the first time, right? This is a Super Saiyan 1. And this, well, I guess you could just call this a Super Saiyan 2. And this is a step even further beyond. Right? Isn't that what it is? I'm pretty sure that's the one. It's been a long time since I've watched that show. Oh, here we go. We'll take him during the... See, this is how you know I watch this show too much. I know exactly what episode this is from. Just because of the background. That's from... I would bet a lot of money that this is from the episode with the interdimensional space whale. Because I think this is from the sequence when they're all, like, tripping out in the fourth dimension. The alternative is that this is from the episode where Bender gets a drug problem, but I don't think it's that one. I was dead on with the quote. Nailed it. I just saw that clip the other day, so it's kind of cheating, but maybe more like that. That's enough. That's all I need. Okay, and then the trick is we need to disconnect like half of these lines now. Because his mouth goes back. It goes back about a quarter of his face. So maybe not half. I want to go back to where the mouth ends around here, right? But that's going to be vertical. So that's going to need to be this one also. So it's that one and that one are directly in line with each other. So it's from here forward, really, that we need to take. So we'll go into line mode. We'll select everything that far back and delete the edges. And I gotta be honest, it already kind of looks like him. Oh my god, it was the overbite the whole fucking time. It was the overbite. I should have known, man. Like, I was a hardcore Simpson fan, and then I pivoted over to Futurama. I know a lot about his art style. Mine looks a lot like his because of what a big fan I am. Like, that's why I draw the bubble eyes. Is because I used to copy Groening's drawings all the time. So I think if we scale that on X. So can I make another curve then? I'm going to try that proportional edit thing again, Corey. So if I take the middle one. You know it's too soon, but will I be adding the antenna? Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. That needs to go back to about there, maybe. Then we proportion. Whoa, that's affecting more than I thought it would. Oh, weird. The shape looks the way it's supposed to now. Is that causing it to bubble out? It is. Oh, it's going to do that anyway. Yeah, that doesn't work. Different plan. New plan. I still don't think I'm going to fake the smile. I've changed my mind about that part. But the overbite is definitely staying. What? Why is it transparent? Oh, because I still have transparency on. That tracks. I don't want to look at this anymore. Shade smooth. Do I have weird polygon stuff happening? Doesn't seem like it. Why is it acting so weird? Because you need to update, Austin. That's why. So we're going to add a new mesh. I thought they had a capsule shape in this software. Do they not? All right, well, UV sphere it is. Extended circle it is, yeah. That's the idea. Capsule is just a sphere with a straight midpoint, but I don't want to. I want to just have one. I don't want to have to make it. That looks approximately correct. There's a capsule metaball, since that's what one-dimension metaballs are. I would have read it as meatball if you hadn't given me the opportunity to correct myself, so thank you, Melody. And I know what metaballs are. Like, this is what metaballs are. It's what the bubbles were made out of. Yeah. I know about metaballs. There's one thing I know. It's all the different kinds of balls. Oh, we need to scale locally again. Regardless of my knowledge, my stream reading comprehension is predictable. Yeah, it's just reading comprehension in general. I think I'm dyslexic. Like, apparently that's a thing that goes with ADHD, but they always told me that I had, like, great reading comprehension, so I don't know how to reconcile those two things. Lisdexia bug. You do wonder what the bubbles would look like if I didn't go the metaball route. They would look more like regular bubbles, but they wouldn't look like a lava lamp, which I kind of like. Like, I'm a big fan of their lava lampiness. I think you're right that it would probably, I assume the implication there is that you think it might look more like bubbles, and I would be inclined to agree. I like it the way it looks right now. And I don't know what to call them other than bubbles. I guess we could call it wax, but it's translucent. Like, I have no idea what that material is. Let's see here. You wish there was a good way for a little bit of the metaball behavior to happen, but at the threshold, the two bubbles merge. I think you can do that. You can make it like you can control the ramp. I don't know if I even still have that Blender file. I think I might have deleted it. The one thing that I fucking deleted. Whatever. Okay, do you know if there's a trick to turn this line into a rectangle so that I can put this out evenly? Because, like, what I want to do is take all of this and drag it out. I guess... The problem is just that it'll be dragging from the second point, not from the third point. Like, from the lowest point. Which means there's a taper to it. You found translucent wax. Oh, cool. So I guess it's wax then. Right, but a satisfying merge and its effect on physics would be tough. Like, metaballs will always be their own objects with their own velocities, so unmerge... Oh, I see what you mean. You want them to bloop. Geometry nodes could do this, but I don't know how. Yeah! Yeah, I see what you mean. So you want them to bloop and then continue to float away. Like, once they're merged, they're merged. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, that would be really cool. Like bubbles. Yeah, something like that. One of those bubble things. You know what I'm talking about? Bubbles 2.0. I like my lava lamp bubbles though. They look really chill. And I'm an old soul, so lava lamp theming works. I think I know what to do. We'll split there. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. We'll split. Oh, so no, I guess that doesn't work either. I know it does, though. We'll just move this over a measured amount, so minus 0.001. Okay. Oh, I should do this as a separate object. Okay, I know what I'm doing. So we don't want to select all. We just want to select this. Shift D, Y, 0.001. Whoa. Okay, and then we want to grab the other one. G, 0.001. Oops. Okay. And then we hide the second one, we tab into this one, we delete everything else. Okay, then we go into what the hell? Okay. For some reason I thought I was in edit mode when I was in object mode. Okay, then we got that. So now we've got two halves. We can tab out of edit mode. We can take these, or no, I have to, the second one you select will be the primary, right? If I say join, yeah, they all become sphere again. Did mess around with bubble making long ago, posted it in Discord. Yeah, I feel like I remember that. Like back, like a little while after I was working on it, but quite a while ago, right? We can just stitch. Is there a better way to stitch a whole row like this? Because I only know to do it manually. Oh no, I haven't seen these. I feel like I remember you showing me something in the past. Should copyright strike this. I'm referring to that. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I remember. That's a long time ago. Wow, November of 2020. Long time ago. Very Fresnel, yes. Jump to present. Oh, it's so pretty, though. I really like this. This is cool. Not quite my vibe, but very cool. I really like how those look. I gotta get a number pad. Definitely not looking at the Creative Corner unread notification being gone. Was it? Oh, I guess I did click on it. Well, I didn't look. I'm a simple man. I see a notification, I click. Blender doesn't have a spectral render, so thin film interference is impossible. No iridescent, so you faked it. And it turned out okay. Yeah, the iridescence looks really good. Blender is a lot, but it's not perfect. Might have cleared all notifications. Oh, I do that from time to time, but not usually on my Discord. I'll do it on other ones because it just takes too long to read through everything. But on my Discord, I check everything that's posted. I probably clicked on it because I was going down the list and then realized what I was doing and then just clicked away from it. I can tell you for sure that there's nothing in my memory files about what was posted this week. Okay, so now we can go back to this. Look at your streamer. He sits on a buffalo of thrones in bed or whatever. I don't have a right to say that when I'm on 2.9? Yeah, I do. He said it didn't change much. Sounds like I'm still right. And like, I've been on Blender since... I know that when I first got it, there was a 1 at the beginning. I don't know how far back. I don't think I had it in the 0 days. I don't know if there even were 0 days. Did I just extrude that? Why would I do that? What? What? Oh, God. Okay, nothing's duplicated. We're good. I thought I didn't have it transparent. I just had wire mesh on, so it was only grabbing the front. The worst is when YouTubers review stuff like Grease Pencil and use a criminally old Blender and complain about missing features of quality of life that have been in Blender for like 9 months. Yeah, well, I'm not out here like actually giving a review of Blender. That like I have the self-awareness to know that wouldn't be fair to do. But I do get what you mean. Okay, so I think we take that to there, which will say 0.08. Okay. And the rest of them, gy 0.08. Okay. And then we want to stretch this back. Oh, if Blender's so good, where was it in 1993? Checkmate. Yeah, internet reviewing is rough. It's not my favy. There we go. Yes, we are about to watch me repeat this entire process. Try to hold your excitement in. But in order for it to have the right shapes, actually, maybe I don't have to do that this time. Can I get away with this? Because if I bring the head back, and I just scale this whole thing along the x-axis, no, that needs to be the case. Okay, so... Alright, so Shift D, we'll move that over 2. Hide one of them. Get to one side. Make it translucent. Cut off half of it. Bring the other one in. Go into edit mode. Cut off half of it. Bring the other one back. Out of edit mode. Join them together. Back into edit mode. And we stitch. You've been watching cooking videos, and those are harsh too. One was a green curry, never even had it before. And no, it was messed up. It was white. I don't know about you, but this just doesn't taste right to me. And it's the wrong color. Like, obviously something's wrong with their recipe. If GIMP 2 is so good, why isn't there a GIMP 2? Is that supposed to be 22? GIMP 2, 2. A little bit of a hat on a hat. Ah, nuts. That will be your nickname when you're old. I don't know if you want to go around telling people that you go by GIMP. I think they might get a different read on that than you're expecting. Earth 2. There are tons of bug fixes, the biggest of which is there are no more bugs. So, you know, that's an improvement. I mean, what did we even need them for anyway? Pollination and continuing the entire ecosystem? Like, come on. Earth 1 doesn't deserve a sequel. No, Earth is starting its redemption arc. Not the bees. No, it's okay because they'll redesign the Earth such that it no longer needs bees. Then it's okay to hate bees. Am I allowed to hate bees if we don't need them? I get it. They're important. Whatever. I still hate them. I'm sorry that that's true, but it is. I don't know what to tell you about that. I'm allergic to them. They sting you for no reason. Fruit bat's about to become the world's keystone species. I would be much happier with that. We'd need a lot of fruit bats, though. Found out recently, researching ADHD, that the type I have might be. Oh, don't self-diagnose, by the way. Go to a professional. But while I was self-diagnosing, I think it might be the temporal kind. Okay, I think we got it. I think we got the shape we needed. There are you've heard of squircles. Welcome to cubes. And we're just going to stretch that out as far as we can. Okay, then we can bring the head back in. Go back to our regular view. Slide that into position. Oh, and we'll need to scale it out also. Which means I need to be looking at the front. It needs to be transparent again. Grab that. Just bring it all the way out. Oh. There we go. Bring that all the way outside. Around the outside. What does that get us to? Let's just do 0.05. That's easy to remember. Okay, good. Oh, this is on the wrong side of the face. Good thing I noticed that now. Yeah, see, and then that creates exactly the thing we're looking for, where it cuts in, right? And then it's missing on the... It's out further on top than it is on the bottom. That's exactly what we want. You messed up your dinner and you haven't even started cooking it. What happened? Does it need to be taller? Or is it right? Like, do I need to just... If I were to do that, I would just scale the whole thing. Kind of maybe ate your tortilla chips and cheese dip for nachos, pimp. No! You can't do that to yourself, man. want it a little more forward than that. Okay. And I want to see if this will work to just do a Boolean. I've seen that this is apparently the lazy way to do things, and it's like lazy or successful. Because, like, I don't know what you call that. Is there some weird geometry happening over here? Sure. This version of Blender doesn't have exact Booleans. No. No, it doesn't. How long would it take us to update? Is that in the new version? Because if it is, that's enough of a reason. I'll do it right now. You can upgrade a file, right? Should be fine. You press download and then press open. I meant how long does it take to download, Snark Monster? Is it like a big update, or is it? I mean, I guess you said they didn't change much. Update stream, but it's not the kind you think. It's 300 megs. Okay. But will it be a normal download time or an I'm uploading the schedule download time? Yeah, we're gonna find out. We'll take a crack at it. Where is the actual update thing for this? I've never done it. Is it in preferences? Oh, it's not a patch. I just have to download the new Blender. Oh. Blender is an offline program. Well, an offline program doesn't mean necessarily that you can't download a patch. Offline means it doesn't have to be online to run, right? Because I'm pretty sure I've done updates for Blender in software before. I thought that used to be a thing. Not in Blender. It's never had any networking stack, really. Three 3.5. Okay. So I assume I should. Will the installer get rid of the old version? Or do I have to do that? Okay. Fine. Install. So we'll make sure it launches before I uninstall the old version. Let's see if it decides to go here. Watch my stream just start to like tank in bitrate. I guess no, I already did the download. Why that shouldn't slow me down to do the install, right? Should be fine. Okay, away we go. That's weird. That's the second time that's happened where I've tried to install something while I'm streaming, and the can this software make changes to your computer pop-up doesn't go while the OBS stream is running. It's very weird. 2 blenders is better than 1. Double the smoothies. All right. Copying new files. Yeah, because the fact that booleans don't work perfectly in the version I have right now annoyed the hell out of me. So if booleans, if bools are fixed, that's going to be really good news for me. Oh, you bastards! I forgot to tell you not to put the icon here. But you could just remove it, Austin. I know. But will I? No. Okay, good. File, open recent. Damn. I was really hoping that it would share some files. Is that on my desktop? No. Hold on. I don't even remember where I was keeping those. So shiny, so fresh. Ain't nobody dope as me. I'm just so fresh and clean. Blender files? It's got that new Blender smell. What is this? What is this? I don't want this. Okay, so we've updated this. It looks like the Boolean might still have some issues. Solver exact? Oh, shit. Oh, right here, dum-dum. Hole tolerant? It can poke holes better now? Okay, that's good. That looks like the only issue there is that I need to recalculate my normals, right? Looks like the actual shape is correct. Apply. Actually, you know what? Hold on. No, I'm gonna do it. All right, so what do we have going on here? There's a little bit of weirdness, but for the most part, it's pretty damn good. So, wah, 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 wah. That seems to have possibly fixed some of it. But what I'm actually going to do here, it doesn't really matter. I guess I didn't need to put a hole in this anymore because it seems like you might be able to use it to just puncture now, which would be really cool if that's in fact the case. Because this is what I want to be working with here. And then I suppose I could go through and just manually fix some of those lines. So you have that transition happen over the mouth, and I think you just kind of get away with it. Why are you shaking your head? I feel like this ended up, the mouth ended up a little too big, didn't it? I don't think it needs to go that far back. Oh, right-click auto smooth. Nope, I just didn't see it. No, the message is not sending thing is fixed. That hasn't been happening anymore. All I have to do is turn off my my VPN. For some reason, my internet runs better when the VPN is on. But I have to turn it off in order to not have that refresh issue. So that's a fun trade-off. So right-click shade auto smooth. Oh, perfect. Thank you. I thought that was a normals problem. It's just a shading problem? Blessed be. Yeah, because I have no geometry. Just really long rectangles. Oh, I see. Okay. And it's trying to call that smooth. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, but we are actually going to undo everything I just did. Bring me the modifier. Come on. I didn't do my settings in here yet. Okay, that's fine. I can revert to solve that problem. I saved right before I made that permanent. There we go. And what I want to do is bring this forward just a bit. Oh, wrong part. Maybe to like there. I'm trying to like cover the rest of that so I can see what the cutout looks like. What I'm trying to figure out is how far to the side that goes. I wish you could move stuff that was hidden. Can you do that? Can I hide something and be able to manipulate it? Yeah, because then you get that on the 3/4 angle, the way that it's supposed to be. On the side, it only goes back about that far. The reason you played Backpack Hero earlier was to try the new curse system. They split it into 2 systems, and you can't skip curse and take damage anymore. Damn it. So if you get cursed, you get cursed. You can do it with item in the side menu. Thank you, Corey. Item. So I can hide it and then still move it. Beautiful. Thank you, Corey. Okay, I need my reference image. Well, see, look at that. You finally got me to update. I think I closed my reference image. You're scared that you're giving horrible non-idiomatic advice because you don't know Blender? Hey, if you know more than I do, that's good enough. All I've ever done in Blender is poke around until something looked like what I wanted. So it's working out pretty good so far. Okay, answer me this, though. That shading still doesn't look better. Do we agree that it does appear that these are following the curve and that the shading just isn't? Like, the vertices seem like they're in the right spot. It only looks wrong when I can't see the edge, where it's just the shading that I'm relying on for information. But, like, the shape of the edge is a curve. It looks good. It doesn't go flat like this. You don't agree? You think that doesn't look curved? Like the line. You think there's a corner here and here and here in the yellow line? The only place I see a corner in the yellow line is here. The actual curses now give a stack of a curse debuff that generates a cursed item at the end of combat that you're forced to take. Oh, wow. That's a nightmare. Try the drop down for shading. And oh, that's not what you meant. The drop down for shading? Viewport shading. Oh, top right. And click matte cap. And select something shiny from click sphere. Oh, click on the sphere. Okay. And then just pick, that looks shiny. Yeah, so it is doing that, but the fact that, like, that still doesn't answer my question. Like, I understand that the shading is doing that. That's what I'm saying, is I'm not sure that the shading is matching the actual shape. And that's actually irrelevant to me, because I'm going to print it. So I don't care if the shading's wrong, it's just if the shape is wrong. And I'm telling you, I don't see corners in the line. I see corners in the shading. It's just a better view of my topology. If the normals are correct, it is. But if the normals aren't correct, it's not. Add a regular UV sphere. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me do that right. Let's put some more segments on it. What did I have on the head? 256? Yeah, see, this is doing the opposite. This looks very smooth, but the topology has visible corners. I know you think it's the geometry that's wrong, but the shading is the thing you're using to reference the geometry, which wouldn't work if the normals are wrong. Because I gave it 16 rings. Well, look at it from the top then. See, that line is smooth. So what, do I need more rings in the cranium? Because like even with it off, like with no line there at all, there's a visible curve here in the shape. Between these 2 points, there is a curve. I'm just not sure I agree with you. Because these don't even line up with my geometry. And if it's a ramp between all of these, like I didn't do this. I used the ramp. So why would it have a straight section every 3? It just doesn't make any sense. I don't think the topology is wrong. Or the geometry. Oh, we haven't made that permanent yet? That is the shape I want, right? Probably. I need a front-on picture of them. Yeah, that's almost exactly the right gap, actually. About that much. That's what we want right there. There. That's the spot. I feel a lot better about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply that. And then make sure the shading is fixed. And be on face mode. Get rid of all of those. And then what I want to try to do, I don't even know if this is a loop I can grab. I'm hoping it is. Seems like I'm not going to be so lucky with that. So what are the pieces I can grab? I can grab that, and that, and that. Oh, that's going to be such a pain. Okay, what I'm going to try to do is extrude this back to give it some depth. And then the rest of it I can do much more easily. Control clicking should still work. You mean to grab an edge loop? You mean alt clicking? Like that? But it doesn't have a proper loop because of this overlap and all the weird stuff that's happening here. So I might have to just manually do this. To grab the shortest path between two vertices. Oh, that gets me around the corner. Okay, thank you. That never used to work for me to solve this problem. Maybe I wasn't doing it right. So can I shift and do it? I can't do... Oh no, that still doesn't... Because I can only select half... Oh no, I can just continue around the line. It's working. I just have to keep moving along. So we can go like that, and then to there. Okay. Go E. Bring that back. What, like 0.3? Maybe 5? Yeah, 5 millimeter thickness seems good. Oh, no, I should just do this. Actually, that's wrong. I should just do this with a can't remember what it's called, solidify modifier. I did extrude along X. But I should do this with a solidify modifier anyway, because I'm just trying to make this whole thing have thickness. Yo, not what I meant. Oh, that's meters. I forgot to change my... Damn it. Okay, hold on. I forgot we... No, that's right. So that just defaults to... It doesn't default to the system unit? That's weird. Bender, are you okay? He's hanging in there. So we'll make this 3. 3 pretty good. 3's pretty good. 3 millimeter thickness. I just need to see that like in front of me. Where's my... That's pretty thin. I'm gonna go for 5. I don't want it to crack. But I need that to be outside, not inside. So that the inside doesn't end up any smaller. What's the rim sitch? Oh, that's just whether or not it puts an edge on the rim. Got it. Okay. And I do want it to do that. I've only ever used this for like shading reasons, to put an outline on stuff. I've never used it for what it's actually for. um, Oh, the angles look so much better. That little change just makes it look so much more like him. It's like kind of ridiculous. That fixed the edges on the new stuff? Seems like it did. There was weird stuff happening and that went away. Okay, cool. We can go ahead and apply that also. So what are we dealing with here now? This is good. This is real good. Whoa. It might not be perfect. So what's going on up top? Materials. Even thick. Oh, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I just tried that. It had a side effect. I think it's because of the single point on the top. It's having trouble calculating what exactly is supposed to happen there. I'm hoping that I can fix that. I can just do it manually. Fortunately, that part's under the antenna, so it doesn't actually matter. Yeah, triangle fans suck. But I'm just going to go ahead and I'll save before I do, but I'm going to go ahead and apply this and then just fix this problem. Because what the fuck is happening here? Jesus Christ. I'm just going to start cutting a hole into it to see what's going on. Maybe if I pull it all the way back to that one. That third ring is actually just about the right one. For the antenna. In fact, it might even be a little bit bigger than that. So I can just pull the whole damn thing back to that level and we won't have a problem. So what I should actually do, we'll undo again. Bring it back. We're going to hide that for a moment. And we're going to go in. Oh, there's already weird shit happening. We're going to go in here. Nope. 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 Thank you. We're just going to perform a little bit of a lobotomy here. How? They weren't merged. They were overlapped. What? Yeah, that would be a problem. Why didn't they merge? I definitely did merge. Well, either way, I'm going to continue with the plan as I said, because the antenna goes here anyway, so it doesn't matter. Is this a functional ring again? Does the system recognize it as one? Okay, good. So I'm going to leave that. I don't think it's going to end up being bigger than that, but I don't need to make it make my life more difficult unnecessarily. I'm not going to do that. So we will go ahead and turn this back on. And that's some weird shit. What the hell's going on there now? Oh, I guess this is the face it added, right? If I turn the rim fill off. Yep, okay, I see. I see what's happening. Okay. Do I care? Ooh. Ooh, I do care, but I might have a solution. What if I just extrude this up? Oh, no, because it'll just follow that extrusion. I thought I could bring it up to meet. But what if we don't fill the edge, and then I do that? We could do that. Ah, fuck it. Just let it do its thing. Who cares? It's fine. Okay, yeah, that's definitely way smaller than the actual antenna. So that'll still work just fine. We've got our actual, I gotta stop saying that phrase. We've got our actual head here now. This is a good start. So this, if I do print this, I think prints as a single piece like this. But what we need to figure out now is the visor. I need the visor to just kind of pop on there. That's pretty perfect on the positioning of the mouth, I gotta say. I am very pleased with how that looks. And if you look at it from the front, he looks fine. If you look at it from the side, he looks fine. If you're at a 3/4, he still looks fine. You've got the overbite. It's the shape is looking really good. I'm very happy. Damn it, I'm gonna have to print this. It's just too perfect. I wanted to make it with my hands. That's just like what I like to do, but how am I going to argue with that? It's the face. I have to get the face right. A little annoying. Okay. But I mean, what the hell do I have a 3D printer for if not to do exactly this? Model my hands and use them to do the sculpting. Perfect. Just hold those. I'll drag them around the screen. All right, so now what we need is a new shape to build the eyes with. Well, and that's true. I'm still going to have to do all of the wiring in the head and stuff like that. And I'm tempted to get a chin strap so that when he talks, those lines on his mouth ripple. And if I run a string or a wire, sorry, not a string, a wire. If I run a thin enough wire along that line and I use the vertical lines to pin it in place, then if you push on the ends of that, the mouth should go like this, which could be a really cool effect. So there is still stuff for me to hand make into the head. I'm just printing the shell, he says, rationalizing for no reason, because nobody would judge him for doing this. The person who's judging me is me. You will... Thank you, Pimp. I appreciate that. Keep me humble. I am finding myself wishing that this was smoother. Like there is a visible flaw in the geometry there. Not happy about it. I can sand it out though. It's not that big of a deal. Like that's the kind of thing that you could sand out pretty easily. You're wondering why I went so low poly with that? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like way too late to fix it now. I'm going to have to do so much custom stuff around the mouth, and I want to thin that shape out. Can I sand it when it's made? Yes, I can. If I don't carve the whole thing from a solid block of marble, am I even trying? No, that's the thing. Oh, I'm so psyched about how this shape looks, though. Like, the overbite it's just enough. It's just enough. I'm so happy with where that's sitting right now. I'm gonna have to print it. I mean, fucking, it looks so good. Yeah, I'll sand out the mouth corner. I want that to be rounded anyway, and sand it underwater. Like, I want that edge to be rounded, and that I would rather handle myself. Like, doing that in software is going to be kind of hard. Unless Solidify has a way to do that. Does Solidify... Microplastics ain't no joke. I'll snort them. That's okay. I've heard it's safe if you do it that way. So we are going to add a cube. Yes. We're going to add a cube that is... No, yeah, just stop whenever. I don't like that these have an upper threshold. Like, just let me keep scaling it. Don't be like that. Nobody likes it when you're like that, Blender. Too many. That feels like I should have gone to 0.45. Nope, smaller. The heat gun is the belt sander of the plastic world. Yeah, heat gun will definitely be part of that process. Okay, and then this needs to be basically the exact same width as the mouth. Like that. Right here. I want it about that thick. I want my wireframe on so I can see where that's supposed to be. Let's get that centered-ish. Scale Z. There we go. What time was I thinking of doing Creative Corner? Stream has about 35 minutes. Oh, shit. Wait, does it? No, we go till 5 today. Creative Corner starts at 4, half hour. $12 to 5. Okay, now we're looking at the depth of the goggles. Feels like it should be somewhere around there, but that does look like it's going out pretty damn far, doesn't it? And yeah, I know the sides are slightly rounded. We'll get to that. I'm going to do that with a bevel. It is kind of hard to see how far out it sticks. It's a little hard to note. Oh, actually, that reference image we were using before is a pretty good angle for that. Or this one. The Twitch schedule says 4. Okay, so you guys have said this to me several times before. And I looked at it every time you mentioned that to me, and it looked right on my page. So, what do I do? I just have to do /schedule because I don't know where the button is. Edit schedule. Yeah, on my screen it says 12 to 5. Does everything look off by an hour or just that one? It's daylight time, right? Yeah, here, look. On my schedule, we've got 10 to 3, 12 to 5, 4 to 9. So I don't know how to fix that. Yeah, send me a screenshot. I don't know why that's happening. Yes, we're on daylight savings, so EDT is right. It's correct for you. You're bad. Twitch made it weird looking. Okay, cool. No, I'm just glad it's not broken. Other than being in your time zone, it's not in your time zone? That's lame. Why not? It should easily be able to do that. Oh, it is unlike the Discord one. Gotcha. Oh, yeah. I meant to add a blurb to that thing somewhere on it that just says times are in Eastern. It highlights the hour I'm in. It was making you think that was when it would be ending. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, no. We got another hour and a half left. This is the other thing I want to figure out, is how to do his expressions. I might just skip that one. That could be something that I'll just skip. But what I would like to do is be able to do that. And what I'm wondering is, if I make his eyes white, then maybe if I project a yellow light on the inside of if I make the eyes white, project a pale yellow light from the inside, and then have something in there that can mask that light, at least they would get darker there. This is going to be really hard to accomplish. Didn't want it to end soon. Light bulbs, yeah. We'll be putting light bulbs in there, but I want to be able to do like the curve under his eye, under his eyes, and on the angle on top for expressions. I only want to be able to do this expression, and this expression. Those are really the only three I need. I don't know if I need the scared one, because I don't think that'll really come up in context, but it might be nice to be able to do. And I'm probably going to look at puppetry for how that is done, which I've not really played with puppetry very much. I think this needs to go out a little bit more, like to there. And then I want to grab these 4 edges and bevel. Oh, it's the shape index. It's not going to help me with what I'm doing. That's what I want. Let's bring it all the way until right before they all meet. Need fear if you run into the robot devil or if I'm out of booze. Oh. I do want a few props inside the chest cavity. I've been talking about that a few times. Or I've talked about that a few times. One of the props that I want is the one where he gets ejected off into space, and the panspermia meteor lands on his chest, and he gives them his one commandment. I want that in my cavity. It just says God needs booze. I definitely want that one. The perspective is looking right? Because like, look at the one, the 2 here, where he's in your face, and you can see this bubbling out around his head. It seems like that will happen. Like, the size looks right. I want more segments in this. Let's do 35. Round the shape a little more than that, like that. That's Bender. 100% that's Bender. We're just going to run that all the way back into his head to make sure that that's fitting, and go back to our regular view here. It needs to be a little taller. It's looking good, but CB Bender looked kind of off, and you're not sure if it'll matter for this. CB Bender? Oh, Cardboard Bender. Oh, yeah, Cardboard Bender did look kind of off, but that's not going to cause us a problem. Yeah, good question. Or good thought. I guess it wasn't really a question. But we don't need to worry about that. That's where we need to be. Kind of like he's wearing VR goggles. That's about the depth we're looking for. Yeah, the Cardboard Bender was just to get an idea of whether or not I'm even going to be able to fit into this costume, or if it's going to need to be something else. The lower jaw kind of disappeared when connected to the shoulder. Yeah. So I will have to change that. I'm going to print out portions of this first, just to make sure, like, I'll cut a sliver of the top of the head and make sure that curve is enough that I can sand it out. I'll do the bottom ring to make sure that that is going to fit around my head. I have a few things I need to try. So we'll be doing a lot of test fitting and stuff like that, and I'm going to have to be strong because I'll want y'all to be there for the test fitting. So I'm going to have to print it out and then not put it on my head. So I think I'll start the print the night before the stream to help fight off that temptation. Okay, we can make that a lot shorter. That's good enough. And then we'd need to merge these two shapes. But that's not gonna work. Okay, well, first of all, we can get rid of the two faces, because we don't need those. I can break it before the stream and you can watch a new one be made. Exactly. Make it so it finishes printing during the stream, so there's no way to tempt myself. Honestly, for some of those rings, I can probably do the print during the stream. Like, some of that simple stuff, I don't imagine it's going to take longer than 20 minutes to print. Because I'm just making... And I'll get it all on one bed together to try and save some time. I will need to print the head part in a stupid way to make sure it'll print correctly. And it's occurring to me that the visor should be a separate part anyway. I think I actually said that earlier. But the visor should be a separate part that clips on. Definitely. So what I'm wondering... I don't think this is going to work, but we're just going to give it a shot. If I try to do a Boolean here, and I make that the thing, what happens? No shit. Does that actually work? Oh. Wondrous. Bool works so much better now. Oh wait, no. Oh, it's already on Exact Solver. That's why it looked so good. Oh. Fast might actually be the move for this one. Fancy trash can. Yeah, fast is the move for this one. So we can tab into this, and then this whole section can go away. Oh my god, Boolean works so much better now. That is bananas. B-E-N-D-E-R, Bender. We have some disagreement about where the centers are. I'm not really sure why that's happening, but I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so if I bring the head back, those should meet like perfectly, which they do. Awesome. And what I'm going to do is probably extend this just a little bit more. But when the time comes, we will press the visor a little bit into the head and then do another Boolean to cut the groove that it'll fit into. And then I'm probably just going to glue it. I don't know why I would make that disassemblable. Because you should make everything disassemblable, Austin. Always. You should always do that. You're putting electronics in there. Disassemblable. just gonna stop myself there before I go down that road. Okay, solidify. We're gonna go for a +1 again. And then we'll make this same as the rest of it, which was, I did go with 5, right? Why is it not working? Complex? But why? Oh, that's it. I'm done. I didn't realize I'm a dumbass clicking on all of those. So why is Solidify not working? What's going on with that? Another idea, there should be a shelf in the head so the electronics aren't right above my head. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, when we were doing the cardboard one, I had that same thought. So great minds. This part that I'm using to hold it round in the cardboard version, I think we'll keep that. So I'm going to mount a fan in there to help cool my head off. And we're going to draw the hot air up and out of the antenna. There's going to be, I think I might have a little bit of a vent at the top of the antenna, either where it meets the head or something like that. And then I'm just going to let it vent out the top. So it'll probably be drawing air in the mouth and then up out the top. So I should be getting a blast of fresh air on my face all the time, hopefully. If my idea works, that'll be what happens. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Why is Solidify not working? This feels like a textbook mesh for Solidify to work on. Did I spell visor right? That looks wrong to me. Oh, it is working. It was just at the scale was wrong again. Even thickness. And that's on the outside, right? Visor is correct, or is it visor? You can spell it with a Z? That seems like a company name. Apply. All right, and if I take this back into edit mode, I can extend this if I need to, and it should work just fine. Bring the head back. So I want to move this back. So yeah, the thickness is looking the same. It's just a little thin on the top and bottom. I feel like we disagree about what even thickness means, Blender. Verizer. To me, this problem is exactly what should be fixed by even thickness. Thickness clamp. Seems to be affecting everything equally, though. That difference is minuscule. It's probably not going to matter. I don't want it to be broken. Z is the correct one for a helmet? So visor is like the sun visor in a with an S is like the sun visor in a car or something? Oh, visor with an S is the brim of a cap. All right, well then it looks like we're going with Z because this is technically a helmet. Bring that back just. Oh, you could do it with numbers, Austin. GX minus 0.001. Oh, not minus? And we should do 2, maybe 3. 3 will give it a nice, real strong seat in there. Okay, and that's not poking through anywhere because I need it to not be. Okay. We might be good here. So we want to add another bool. Eyes are good. There we go. Click on that. We want to do exact again. And I need to reshade this again. Oh, you don't want to do that. Okay. Let's see if the visor's gone. Aw, that didn't really do what I wanted it to do. I was really hoping that was going to work. Oh, it did work. Okay, I need to leave it on shade flat. So that would fit in there really nicely, in theory. So I assume we could actually cut all the way through if we wanted to. Yep, that's what's happening right there. There it goes. You can just push all the way through it and completely disconnect that piece. Okay, so it's doing exactly what I want it to do. But we need to bring it back through until we're not seeing anything on the inside. Close all of that up. Okay, so minus 0.015. Let's just do that. Oops. 0.15 is what I meant to say. Oh no, that's still too close. Again, wrong direction, Austin. In theory, this will fit. I am a little worried about it, though. What I want to do is basically run, how many? Maybe 6 screws into the visor through the head from the back. So the visor is going to print face down, right? Because we're perfectly flat here. I'm going to sand that to a rounder shape, but it's perfectly flat there. Good spot to fuse with the bed. We'll print the visor face down. So it'll print up like this, right? And then what I'm going to have are mounting, we're going to have to build pauses into the print because we'll have mounting points along the way to put in, I might have them over here, but little teeny tiny, nope, they're in one of the boxes, nuts. And then I'll be able to bolt through from the back, like from inside the helmet, so that the attachment should be completely invisible. It's weird that the Flash movie doesn't have a Flash villain. Who's the villain? Is this the one with Ezra, whatever? The villain is Zod? Did the guy come back and reprise? He did. Well, that's kind of cool. He's a really good actor. I can't remember his name right now. But is this the one with Ezra Miller? It is. Okay. Yeah, don't know if I want to go see that. So I think we can go ahead and apply that one. And then what I want to do is I want to take the visor, and it's going to need a taper in order for this to work. Michael Shannon, that's the name. Even asked Zack Snyder if it was okay to come back. Oh, man. That's silly. That's very silly. Okay, so now I need something that's going to represent the bolts I want to use. Are those hardware up here? Those are the bolts. Do they have their own nuts, or do I have to find nuts? We got nuts. We got nuts, people. Okay, so it's almost time for Creative Corner. So we'll put a pause on this. I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick, but I'm going to use these nuts and bolts to put this thing together. So basically, you build in a spot that will fit the nut, right? You work that into the model, and then as it's printing, you pause when it gets to, and you can, in the G code, you can work in pause points. So it'll stop there, then you can put the nut in place, and then it'll print over it to set it in there. So I'm going to do that in order to assemble these. And these bolts are a nice length for that too. Perfect. Okay, we have a plan. This is going to work. What's also weird is they're calling this a solo film for The Flash when it has Batman and Supergirl in it. What the hell? Which Batman? Batfleck? Oh, Keaton was in this one? What the fuck? It's all over the place. That is very weird. They don't know what they're doing. I mean, I'm sure James Gunn is trying to figure it out, and he seems like a sharp guy, so maybe he'll put it together. But I don't know what they're going to do with the Warner Brothers Discovery conglomerate over them, because, Jesus, they sure are experts in making terrible fucking decisions. Okay, I will be back in just a moment. I'm going to go pee. See you soon. Early reviews are saying it's good, but the DC movies are scattered and they jumped the gun too soon with crossovers. Yeah, well, I mean they definitely did. Like you're just doing too much too fast. The only reason the crossover works is because people already know and care about the characters involved. Otherwise, the movie has to be 16 hours long so that you can explain everybody and why you should care about all of them. Okay, it's Creative Corner time. Sorry, I got hung up out there. Something fell down and scared the shit out of Lola. Okay. Who's ready for Creative Corner? There we go. Alrighty. So, this week's theme, or this week's prompt, rather, was protect. So, we've got our first post from Pimp, who was ready immediately. Oh, Pimp! Dude! Nice. Mr. Mime used protect. It was super effective. That's really cool, Pimp. I'm digging it. Yeah, very, very good use of the prompt. That's really cool. I'm loving Mr. Mime. He looks so good. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. The creepiest Pokemon. He is so terrifying. Mr. Mime scares the hell out of me. I like the background too. Just that solid diagonal is a nice background for him. That's really cool. Nice job, Pimp. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love. Wait, let's give that a proper full screen. I forgot to do that part. Why did they make more Mr. Mimes? I don't know. It was the last thing we needed more of. Like, hey, you know this thing that really creeps you out and might have possibly given you some nightmares? We got 2 more of them now. Cool. Or did they made the baby one? Did they made a 3rd one, right? Because there's an Alolan form or something. Or a new form in the newest game or something like that. Yeah, I don't know why they gave us more of those. All right, Melody's turn. Had the perfect old project laying around for this one, just had to get around to photographing it. Okay, for protect, we have, ooh, a shield. Galarian, Mr. Rhyme. Why? Why do we need that? Or I guess it's Galarian, probably, huh? Oh, Melody, that's so cool. Look at that. Is that... Okay, so that's the arm sleeve, and then you've got a shoulder sling for it. That's sick. How long ago did you make this? That's really cool. And it's a really nice wood grain, too. It's a good piece you chose. You're back. Had a call. Welcome back, Pimp. I loved that Mr. Mime. He's so great. You were there for my reaction, right? Did you miss it? Did you miss the reaction? You're going to have to go back so you can see the real thing. I'm not going to fake it for you. I'm not that kind of guy. The timing was unfortunate. You kind of heard it? Go back. I loved it. I loved the background that you went with. I think it just kind of sets him in a good spot. And I like the protect looks just perfect. Back at the end of high school. Melody, it's really cool. I really dig it. How comfortable is the hold? Like, does it stay on pretty good? Is it wobbly? How's it fit your arm? Pink for fairy type and purple for psychic. That's perfect. I love it, Pimp. This is really cool. I like both of these. Made from an old shelf, welder glove, and belt. Oh, it's a welder glove. I thought that fabric looked familiar. That makes sense. Well, very cool, both of you. Thank you for submitting. You'll see them in the scroll next week. Next week's theme, or prompt, or whatever, is going to be... okay. Next week's theme is reach. R-E-A-C-H, reach. Oh no, Pimp, what now? What happened? Man. Nonsense in here. Oh, yeah, that's definitely clear wax. Good call. So maybe you could put one of those into a lava lamp with some light blue dye and pretty much evoke what I've got going on in the background. Little Nicky. What's the word, Pimp? What happened? In the meantime, I'm going to measure these out here. So these have a diameter of 2.9. So we can do a 3 millimeter hole would be good so that it's comfortable. And our length is 25. 24. And it was added as power of attorney as well. Your aunt was added as power of attorney after your mom was deemed unable to make decisions. So it's invalid? According to who? That's not always true. I actually happen to know that for a fact. At least in the state of California. You can there are documents you can sign after the fact. You can authorize ladies trying to get your mom into a new place. So who are they saying is the power of attorney? Somebody has to be the power of attorney. So who is? I mean, I would imagine that law is not just in the state of California. I would imagine it's everywhere. You signed it months ago in October. So you have the authority to add her as a power of attorney then. If you are the power of attorney, you have the authority to add another power of attorney. Then in January it was updated. And either way, if you're the power of attorney, then you can do whatever you needed your aunt to do. She can help you figure out what needs to happen, and then it's just if anything needs to be signed, you're the one that has to sign it rather than her. That's all that means. I don't understand why that means... I mean, the issue was that they were kicking her out when they don't have a right. Yeah, I mean, if you're primary power of attorney, then you should be able to sign anything that needs to be signed. But what needs to be figured out is how they think that's, like, whether or not it's legal for them to take her out of there. Which I really doubt. I really doubt that it's legal for them to kick somebody out of a care facility because they failed to coordinate their patients appropriately. That's their job. That's the point of a care facility. If they're going to insist that she has to be put in one, then it's their responsibility to care for her. That's the thing. Like, I don't buy that. feel like they're trying to bullshit you. And I hope I'm not just adding fuel to the fire here. I'm not trying to do that. Yeah, and it's not like you sent her there. Exactly. You didn't send her there. And you're not allowed to take her home. What I'm hearing is they need to do their jobs. Like, yeah, if you work in a care facility, some patients might have some instability issues that could lead to them becoming violent, temporarily or not. So you should have, infrastructure in place to handle that situation. I mean, they're acting like she did something wrong. You called yesterday and haven't heard back. Yeah, they're acting like she did something wrong, which under the circumstances is deemed like legally impossible. If you've had to transfer her to power of attorney and she's not allowed to go home because it's not safe, how can she do something wrong? It just doesn't make any sense. Just like, you've taken her into a care, you can't just kick her out. You have to figure it out. I'm really annoyed that they've done this to you. If she's not mentally sound, how is it her fault? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it just, that's not a reasonable thing to say. It's insane to say that. Wait, where's the thing? Oh, there it is. Okay, so the depth for this is, I said it was supposed to be 23, right? Yeah, 23. And then this should be 3. That's the hole that it needs to go into. Personally, I'm not really buying that explanation. I'm a bit annoyed that they presented it to you that way. So maybe 0.35. Or, yeah, 3.5. And then 24. It's weird. It doesn't look proportionately right. But whatever. Because it's the radius. I did it again. So this should be, what's 0.35 divided by 2? That's going to be 0.15. 0.1. So 175 is what it should be. That's more appropriate. And then we'll go ahead and make this 24. That looks more like the proportions of the screw. Okay, I feel better about that now. But the biggest thing there, the fact that she told you that your aunt can't be power of attorney. I mean, were you there? Did you sign to add her as power of attorney? Yeah. So bullshit. That's bullshit. If you're there, and I mean, maybe you had to co-sign, but if you were there, I would presume that you did. Yeah. So then, what the hell is she talking about? That's bogus. Uh-oh. That's not thick enough? But it's supposed to be a thickness of 5. What the hell? How is that not a thickness of 5? Can I add more thickness to it? Not really. Man, this is bad. That's like a big problem for me. I'm gonna have to redo the visor. And the head. Shit. All just because that thickness is a little bit wrong? Damn it. Maybe I can just scale the whole thing up a little bit. That's not going to be enough to cover the thickness. If I scale it up enough to cover that thickness, the whole thing's going to be huge. That's not going to work. That's a real problem. Okay, we're going to try to just repeat the process. Oh, God, that's so annoying. Okay. I'll figure that out. Yeah, I'm not surprised you haven't heard back, because they're hoping they can. It feels like they're hoping they can just sweep this under the rug. I should keep my mouth shut. I shouldn't put too many thoughts in your head. That's not a good idea. Because I'm a very not trusting person. So. It's just not okay that they're doing that. So, like, what about down here? If I'm looking from straight down. Yeah, see, that's the right thickness. So it just didn't do the thickness it was supposed to do. Because that's 3, and it leaves a millimeter on either side, which is what it's supposed to be. So the head is fine. It's the visor that's broken. I just need to redo the visor. You trust me, and if you didn't want to know what I think, you wouldn't be telling me. I know. But even if you're asking for it, it's not right for me to, like, tell you what's happening from, miles away, not being involved firsthand. I don't want to influence your decision and, like, how you're handling it. I just, it's. I just think, yeah. I'm curious to hear if your aunt has anything to say about that, because, if I were her, I would be very frustrated to find that somebody's trying to claim that the power of attorney that I signed for legally is not valid. It doesn't really. If I were her, I would not be very happy. I just realized that my mic hasn't been plugged in. All right. Is there a way to add thickness to this? Well, and here's the other question. So it's just the top that's the problem. Do you think I can get away with 4 screws just on the end? Or maybe, here's an idea. I have an idea. Oh, you told your aunt you're going to where your mom is on Monday. Okay, good. Great. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, the topology on this thing is super fucked. I should still be able to fix it. It doesn't like matter that much that the topology is, or that the geometry is so jacked up, but I'm still not very happy about it. Just need to make sure we get it down to exactly the same level on the other side. I don't know why it didn't want to grab that point. Hopefully if we can just evenly raise all of these, it'll be just fine. Don't disappoint me here, visor thingy. Somewhere around there. I think I went a little lower. Because there's a double, and then I went down 2, and over here I went down 1, 2, 3, 4 after the double. So we want to go to here. Okay, and then we just need to do the same thing on this side. Your CC is in. Oh, Corey, yes, thank you. Let's go take a look at it. Thank you for doing that. Let me just finish grabbing this edge and ungrabbing that. And then oh, hold on, Pimp. Let me respond to that. Two 5 seems to get us to a pretty even thickness. I think that fixed the error. Oh shit. There we go. I'm definitely gonna have to remesh that. You feel this just gets wilder. Your aunt is, yeah, your aunt is deaf, and this lady won't try to work around it. The fact that somebody in the healthcare industry would not work around this is kind of nauseating, to be honest with you. I'm a little annoyed, to put it mildly. All right, Corey, what do we got? Ostera. All right. Look at that. Lovely. Ooh, that's the new one. Oh, that's so cool. Did you do, is that a bismuth crystal? Because that's the vibe I'm getting off of that. You took my colorful advice. Or suggestion, I guess. It wasn't really advice. This is so cool, Corey. It is bismuth. You phoned it in. Honestly, that's not what I'm getting here. It just looks kind of slightly abstract. But, I mean, it is very clearly bismuth. You wanted to do anything else? Well, the results are great, Corey. And, I mean, I've commented on all of these as you've been posting them, but I really love it. I'd mentioned I like the on the globe, the clouds reach out a little bit further. It just, I think just because of the dirty edge you did there, but it gives it like this depth that I think looks really cool. And I love the coloration on the beetle and like the reflecting, like magic reflecting pond vibes that are coming from below it. And as I told you yesterday, the expression on that owl is fierce. Campbell is definitely the dark child. We love him. We love him anyway.
Hey, nobody's going to live up to Andy Warhol. What are you going to do? I mean, unless you have the resources to put a drawing of a dick on the moon, you're not gonna live up to Andy Warhol. You just can't. So don't set unfair goals for yourself. I love that fire so much. I really like that fire image. Like I want to steal it. I really like that. I want to use it for an icon. Yeah, they are really good, aren't they, Pimp? The fire one was nearly the quickest, but like, it's so alive. I know that's what I said last time, but I don't know what other word to use. Been doodling fires like that since you were 10? It shows. I mean, it looks fantastic. We got fire, air, earth, and water in different ways. That's true. Okay. Cylinder. Oh, we're still in edit mode, damn it. Cylinder, G. Does that fit there now? Yes, it does. Okay, we fixed the problem. That's really good news. Because I didn't want to have to completely remake the visor. We're going to have to redo the groove in the face, but I'm just going to hope that works. And we should bevel the edge of this, but I might just do that with sanding. I think it's going to print as is, and then I'll sand that so that it fits into the notch in the face a little bit better. If there's a little bit of a bevel at that edge, it'll just be a lot easier to seat. Because it's an S on top of a G, which is a logo of an old book you read. What book? And oddly, by Earth, you didn't mean the Earth. That one's the water. I mean, obviously, I don't know how you'd see it any other way. How could Earth be Earth? Don't be ridiculous. Steady hand. Steady. 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 Hold strong. Hold it. And then 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And what the fuck is going on back here? Oh man, I got one we don't want. Oh, I got several we don't want. Whoops. Needs to go until we get to that one. Then we need to go in here and deselect these. Whip around to the back side. Everything's looking good. And then we just go GZ minus 0.025. Whoops, I missed a 0. 0025. And we're going to cancel that because apparently I missed a point. Party people say what? Alright, there we go. GZ minus 0.0025. Wacha. If I look at it from the front, and we take the cylinder and bring it down. Whoa. No. That also fits. Okay, cool. We can go back to setting up the screws. I think it's going to be 6. 1 in the middle on the top and bottom, and then 1 in each corner. That's the plan. I think that'll hold it really solidly. It's like 600 pages. The Art of Game Design. A Book of Lenses by Jesse Schell. Did I have that book? 600 pages of him talking about juggling, how his juggling career prepped him to make Disney World's Pirates of the Caribbean motion simulator and Toontown Online. What? That's
It's the receiver that died. I thought it was the transmitter that died. Where were we? I thought the transmitter was dying, and that's why it was cutting out, but it was the receiver that died, and I forgot to check it. So that's plugged in now. But yeah, the book sounds really cool. I did not, in fact, read that book. I was thinking of something else. So we're putting these screw holes in here right now. I'll put it squarely on the other side. Perfect. And I want to take both of those and bring them straight down to match here. There. 6 should be enough. So those mark the screw holes in the visor. Whoops. What'd I do? I just deleted them. Okay, and what we want to do is place these so that they're proud by, like, which if you don't know means sticking out, by like 20% maybe. Yeah, I'm still figuring out the workflow for these mics because I know that, so you're not getting the whining noise right now? Because it seems like when it actually needs to charge, it's not getting excess power. Yeah, okay. So what happens is it fills, and then there's a surplus of juice going into the thing, and it leaks into the audio processor. Or leaks into the audio lines. These 4 should all be able to go into the same spot, right? So I guess I have to plug the receiver in. Here's the other question. Let's try this now while we're sitting here chit-chatting. So this is full, which means if there's going to be a chance of it happening, it will, at least before the stream's out. I'm going to plug this thing into power. And you let me know if you start to hear a whine. Because if I can plug both of these in, that would be really good. That means that doing the Emily streams won't be a problem. Okay, but like you're not charging. You stupid. These things are very finicky about which things it likes to charge from. Okay, how about now? Whine? Still no? No whine. Okay. So then that means we can plug the receivers in. That might happen because it's been used like just barely a little bit, so give it a second. If it finishes filling back up, it might start whining. But we'll leave that on until the stream's over. Well, there is a whine, but it's normal. I'm always whining. GX. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have them halfway in. Like that, right? And, you know, if you wanted to, you could just print them with pegs like this and fit it that way. But like I said, I want screws so that I can take it apart. That's something I learned from watching Adam Savage videos, and doing it has saved me several times. So, hey, that's not what I wanted. way in. Okay, and then if I put the helmet back, do they show through? They do! Okay. Oh, those just barely don't. So we need them to. Screwing those in is going to be hard. Oh, damn. These should all be references of each other. Because can't you set it up so that, like, instancing? That's the word I'm looking for. I should have made those instances. In fact, it's worth backtracking and doing that. Oh yeah. Corey's been struggling with daily sketch ideas. So if anybody has any ideas, go ahead and throw them in the chat now or in their thread on the Discord. Use that, what did you call it? Frantic kickstart? Frantic jumpstart. That one's number one. We're gonna undo this whole process. Just get rid of all of these. I guess I should make sure I can instance first, but you can do that, right? I just don't remember how. Blender object instance. Frantic Kickstart, sponsored by Mountain Dew. Instancing, there we go. Oh, balls, it's geometry nodes. Can I do it without geometry nodes? Is there a deprecated version that doesn't use those? I don't want to learn those today. 3 types of instances. What would that taste like? You're thinking sweat. Gross. Nasty. Oh, weight loss progress proceeds, by the way. I'm down to, I was at 252 this morning, which is officially 21 pounds. So that's pretty exciting. Progress continues. I still have a little ways to go. My healthy weight is around 200 or 210. So that's that. Yeah, it's going very well. I'm really happy about it. Yeah, I retain a fair amount of water, so it's a little higher than what it normally would be for my weight, but or for my height, I mean. But yeah, my doc said somewhere around 205, 210 would be a really good spot for me. And I gotta say, I feel better. I got a long ways to go, but it's nice to actually see progress, because I was doing like, it's like a third there. I know, right? We're a good portion of the way there. I'm pretty happy about it. Yeah, and I mean, I need to get back to exercise just because that's good to do in general, not just for weight loss. But controlling my food intake has been helpful. My appetite's been starting to go down, which makes it a little bit easier. Okay, nested instances can store geometry, and geometry can contain instances. I don't need to go. We're not doing that. It's all geometry nodes. So in order, okay, I'm going to read this out to try and get it into my brain. In addition to storing real data, like a mesh or a curve, a geometry can store instances, which themselves can reference more geometry or an object or a collection. Allow much more geometry in the result without duplicating the data. That sounds like precisely what I'm looking for. So why don't we go here on screw hole. This is the geometry, is that shape. And then I want to instantiate it somehow. How to add an instance of a mesh in Blender. Yeah, hopefully by the time I get my my next Mario theory out, or by the time let's say this, by the time I'm able to talk about Tears of the Kingdom, I'll look more like I did when I made my video about Tears of the Kingdom. When I was shaped a little more like that. Beyond array modifiers and parenting objects to each other, you're not sure what I'd do. Well, I've done this before. It may have been in Maya. That's the thing. I haven't used Maya since college. 4th of July American flag tank top. Let's go. I hope so. If I'm back in shape to put that thing back on, that'd be great. Alt-D lets you create a linked duplication, meaning if you modify one, it will change the others because they share the mesh data. Okay, good. Okay, so we take this and we Alt-D instead of Shift-D. And then if I go to the original and I edit it, it should edit both of them? Yeah, buddy! Yes, it does. Because they share mesh data. Okay, there we go. That's what we wanted. So we're going to get rid of all of these. This is what they should have been. Not that New York necessitates tanks like California, but still. It will in the summer. I'm told it gets hot as hell here in the middle of the summer. Well, I mean, if you've ever seen Do the Right Thing. The whole premise of that movie is that people get so hot that racism gets worse. I mean, that's oversimplifying it, but that is more or less the point of Do the Right Thing. Is that, or well, rather, let me give the actual smart answer. The point of Do the Right Thing is that racism is bubbling so very near the surface for a lot of people that something as mildly irritating as an extremely hot day will turn the world into turmoil, which is a reasonable analysis from Mr. Spike Lee. Or I guess a reasonable analysis of Mr. Spike Lee. I figured I should give the actual answer. I really like that movie. It's been a long time since I've seen that one. If you haven't seen Do the Right Thing, it is a good movie. Like, it's got a good message, but it's also just a good movie. I have to make sure I'm doing Alt-D. And it puts it over there. And we're there. Okay, that should be everything back in the same position. Let's once again confirm that if I alter the mesh data of 1, it impacts everybody. Yeah, baby. Okay, that's good news. And that does not have any impact on the location or the rotation or any of that. So we can use screw hole as our like foundation for any screw holes we need to make. And what I'm going to actually do is add to this mesh. This is the whole reason I wanted to do this. We're going to manipulate this mesh to include the space for the nut and room for a screwdriver, so that no matter where I want to put a screw hole, it's immediately clear whether or not that's actually going to be practical. So you do hear the little noise, but it's not always there. I think that's because we're nearing full charge. So it's probably going to start doing that. So I'll go ahead and unplug that now because we don't actually need it. But basically all that means is I need to have wires on hand to be able to plug them in, and then they should be fine. So if they start to get low, we plug them in. If they reach the top, we unplug them, and we can avoid the noises. I do wish, Hermit was here earlier and mentioned that the audio quality is less than perfect, which it is. But I don't know. It's just worth it to me, you know. Like I wish I had the nicer mics, but that's just not in the cards right now. And I know that's not what Hermit, if you are still around, perchance, I know that's not what you meant. Or if you're watching the VOD or something. But okay, it should be at least 9 millimeters, like a bullet. But I do wish I had that. Jesus, I just bumped my whole thing. Did the noise stop when I unplugged it? It's 3, so then we need to scale it 3 times. So then we're at 9 millimeters. Go E, and just give it kind of a... Oddly, it's a bit worse. Oh. Then it's this thing. Right? If I unplug this, it's better. It's gone now. Okay. That's bad news. Second thought. Now this way I'll be quieter, at least a little bit, but maybe you don't have the wine? Still futzing with this. Yeah, so I'm definitely a little bit quieter, but I don't know, hopefully maybe that puts a stop to it. Let me know if you hear it again. I just wish they had a longer battery life. That would solve the problem completely. Okay, so this is now what our screw holes look like. They're designed to fit the whole thing. I'm going to add a little bit of extra length here. Oh, no, I didn't want to extrude. I just wanted to move it. Just so that we're sure that it has enough room. Because it would be really dumb if I made all of this and then the screws were just a little bit too long because my measurement was off by 0.5 millimeter or something stupid like that. So that way they should work. And I also need the hexagon 7.8 should have that seat in there, or maybe just go for 8. have that seat in there really nicely. 8 millimeters is what we're going to do. That way, if there's a little bit of squeeze out, it'll still fit. So you'd want the screw to thread in. That might need to change, actually. So that might need to be a separate mesh. Can a geometry hold multiple? Move inside collection. Control to link, shift to parent. We only want a link, right? But it's not really doing it. Maybe it's because it's already linked. I guess that was called a link duplicate, wasn't it? You're not the best with this, but you'd compare it to a very quiet static, but it's better than it was. And if you turn down your headset, it's not there anymore, so this could be your end. No, it is probably from the, is it the thing? Test, test. Okay, I can still hear me. Test, test, test. Yeah. Let me see. I'm going to leave it in there. You haven't been getting anything this whole time other than various changes to BG white noise. This has way more environment, and this is dead silent. So we're good? What I'm hearing is that what it's on right now is the best we have so far. You think so? Hey, that's good enough for me. I think I'm going to put the... I think if we put this in the middle, that should work. How thick is one of these things? .4. Okay. Okay. So that's going to be 2.4. So that's 0.0024. Another one of those and move it on the x-axis 0.0024. That is the thickness of the nut. Before it would come and go, so maybe with your headset on all the way up, it's the white noise you heard and just turning it down slightly advantages. Okay. Yeah, maybe the headset's a little too loud. Maybe, oh, my mic has wandered a little bit. It's going to sound really good right now because I'm talking right into it, but don't count that. Wait until I look up again. Volume, yeah, gain is all the way up. So that's what we've got. Maybe I need to hold it out here. If only I had boobs. That would help. No such luck. That's not actually where you put a mic, though. It was my least favorite part of the job. Felt so fucking creepy. All of the actresses are always fine with it. I would always say to them, like, hey,
you can do this yourself, heavily implying that I would prefer you would do it yourself. And they're like, no, you should do the sound stuff. I don't want to touch any of it. Okay. And then the job was to clip it into their bra on set. Like, it was very awkward every single time. I had a sound guy that I worked for once who would always assign his utility person to do it because he didn't want to get in trouble. And I ended up being the utility person on multiple occasions. Okay. So then what's the difference between... At least I was being respectful. Oh, I tried as hard as I possibly could to be respectful. I mean, because there are sound guys who are absolute fucking creeps about it and will insist that they're the one that has to touch the sound equipment so that they can get into a girl's shirt. It's so gross. I am not that dude. Okay, that is 0.2. All right. 0.2 to the flat side. That's fine. We can do that. I want to scale that out. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, well, actually, we'll go ahead and do it. Scale that out. Cheap Thrill, very gross. Yes, extremely gross. Extremely. The film industry is sickening. If that's 0.3, if that's 3 millimeters, what percentage would I need to scale it in order to reach 0.8? Because that's almost 3 times. If I make that 9 millimeters like the other part, that's not going to do the job. It needs to be just shy of 9 millimeters. How does that math problem go again? Come on, Austin. That's cross multiplication. You know that. Right? Isn't it just... You would say 9 over 3 equals 96% bigger is your guess. I don't think that's it. It's oh, my brain's shorting out. Hold on. I know how to do this math. Because it's just comparing fractions. So if the... Oh, I'm putting them wrong, right? Because we're trying to go... Oh man, I'm really hitting I'm hitting brakes. God damn it. The screw is 3 millimeters. Oh, the percentages. That's the part. Percent over 100 equals is over of. That's what it is. Oh my god, the mnemonic works. So we have x over 100 equals 8 over 3. So then you have 800 divided by 3. Oh, that can't be right. Did I do them backwards? Did I do my is over of backwards? Is it 300 divided by 8?
37. That still seems like a lot. Oh, no. No, the first thing was right. I'm sorry. That was a percentage. 800 divided by 3. So 266% is what we need to do. So 2.66. Oh. This is what happens when I go overtime. I know. You don't need to shush me. I know I'm overtime. But I just wanted to finish this really quick and see if this works. So scale. Just realized your guess would only double it. That is true. Yes. Okay. It was 2.66, right? Yeah. Go. Okay, we're getting there. Now we need to do the flat spots. Bolts are a hexagon, Austin. You knew that. Or nuts, or whatever. What does that mean? How can I do the flattening? Oh, you're shushing Corsentin so the stream keeps going. No, I got that, but I already know. So shushing Corey isn't going to help you. Oh, you know what I should do? We're going to undo all of that. Reminder that Blender can do equations in input fields. Oh, I always forget about that. Thank you. At its widest, we're looking at... Oh, you gotta be shitting me. At the widest point, it's just shy of fucking 9 millimeters. That's fine. All that was for no reason. So, I'm so mad. We scale this up by 3. Scale it by 3. There we go. Yeah, what do you like drawing is definitely a good question for that. Okay, and then I need to hide the visor. It's in my way. And basically, oh, I had control. That was the wrong button. Yeah, M's not home yet, and I'm caught up on my chores, so I'm just gonna keep plugging at this for a little bit. We'll phase out pretty soon here, but I want to try and get this bolt hole figured out. Did I just eyeball that? No, I did not. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that means 32? Oh yeah, that's the default for a circle. That sounds right. Okay, so 32 should be divisible by 6. You're up for a challenge. You're fine with humans, creatures, objects, or environments. Oh, you wanted to make sure human was okay. The warm-ups are supposed to be quick, so it might not be polished looking if you struggle. No worries. Nobody's expecting you to be perfect, Corey. The thing I have always found is that most often, if anybody's expecting me to be perfect, it's me, and everybody else is like, "Why do you do this to yourself?" 32. Ah. Well, that's really bad news. Mr. Mime was 30 minutes for you? We're going to delete all these and try it one more time. So we need something divisible by 6. So 36 is what we'll do this time. Right? Because if you have... Yeah, I'm not crazy. Okay. Just making sure that it wasn't some weird thing where, like, you needed one less for that to actually make sense or something dumb like that. It's not the case. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so we're going to add a cylinder. Oh, I suppose Emily might be expecting me to be done by now, so I should make sure she's not trying to get a hold of me. Okay, cool. Yeah, she's done at work at 6, so... Not the greatest with humans, even though there's one in Sita. You could use the practice. Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. Just draw people badly. Like, don't worry about it not being good. Just scribble down on the page. Then you start to notice patterns, and it gets better. Oh, it looks like it's still the same baseline size. That's really nice. Oh yeah, and then I just wanted to add 2 millimeters onto the overall depth. Frame selected, and we're just going to try and wham this out really quick. So on this end, we want to extrude, scale by 3, extrude, and we can raise that by like, what, 0.15? That's more or less what I did, right? Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Whoa! There, 0.02 works. Okay, and then we want to go here, Control R, find the middle is fine, Control R, good. And then that was, shoot, it was like 0.2 something. Hands are the worst. I hate drawing hands. .76. So I think I just did 2.8. All right, Corey. Sounds like you're going to get some suggestions. That's exciting. I can't wait to see it. One on the top, scaled 3 times. One on the bottom, scaled 3 times. Okay, now we're back to where we were. And then what I need to do is, am I on the bottom? Didn't look like I was on the bottom. That means you've got 1, 2, 3. Nope. Am I stupid? Oh, yes, I am. That's good news. one of these has to be flat. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So then you've got 18 on either side. So what do? You would do 6, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 6. Okay. So this is a point. And so what I wanted to do here was flatten these out, because I wanted it to sit in here, like, reliably. I want it to be consistent, you know? I want to be able to say that's going to sit there and not have to worry about it. No sick pay until you finish your pee-hole. What the hell? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What game was that? You've been sick for days. It's perfect then. It's perfect, Rose. Oh, here, let's give you a look at where we're at. We've got this much of Bender figured out in the modeling. I decided that I'm going to buckle and go ahead and print the helmet, because I can just make it way more perfect. How was your nap? Need a second? Discord's checking if you're human. You need to find a cactus. One picture is dirty. Well, everybody knows that dirty pictures don't count. That's definitely not a good life rule, because that could be taken in some very bad contexts. What I want to do is, like, I want to, if you scaled them to 0, how do I put those along that line? I don't want to scale them. Can you set a non-global axis to scale with? Blender, scale along, what I want is scale along custom axis. I need it to scale along a perfect 45. No. Arbitrary. Thank you. This should be what I need. What say you, internet machine? Datamatron. Because if I can get all the points selected, and then I can set up a 45-degree axis. Actually, there might be an easier... the page isn't loading for some reason, but if I just rotate this thing 45 degrees, I could also do that. So let's do the sides that will be correct, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did make this 36, didn't I? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you just want to scale x 0. Oh, but it flattens it out at that point. So that doesn't actually work. It does if, wait, it can. Hold on, it can. I have an idea. Snap cursor to selected. Do it around the cursor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Scale X. Boom! That's what we're talking about. That's what we want. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Please tell me this is going to work. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Then we want to rotate. Rotate around median point. Rotate z minus 45. Puts it back where it was. Because then everything else should be add a 45 to that, right? Wait, no, I have to include the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, no, this is the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's definitely wrong, because these are the ones that are aligned with each other. So I'm still doing this wrong. I don't understand what I'm not getting about this. If it's a 6-sided shape, you're here thinking it's circle-ish. Where are the corners? Well, I'm trying to cut a hexagon out of a circle, but I think I'm being really stupid. And I can't figure out what I'm not realizing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because if it's a circle with 36 points around the... Wait a minute. Is the 36 a count of how many points are around the radius or how many faces are around the radius? We're going to have to count, people. 1, 2... We're going to have to mark that one. So we're going to count points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Thank you for your help, Rose. Okay. Botman said 33. Okay, so am I crazy here? Because, look, okay? Damn it. I'm making a hexagon. Because a nut is hexagon shaped, right? So, if you were trying to do that, the bestagon, indeed it is. Except for benzagon. So, if we take this all the way down, right? If it was a circle made out of 6 points, it would just look like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 point for every corner. Benzagon is the bestagon. Hexagon is the next bestagon. It's not as popular to say, but still fun. So then, if I made it a multiple of 6, this should work, right? Because say you went up to the next one, 12, right? That means you add another 6, 1 in the middle, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you do exactly what I just did, right? But you pick those corners, and then you'd scale these. So why is this not working? Like if you up that to 36, it should just be 6 to a side. No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. If the number is too high, it'll be less hex and more circle. Yes, but I want the middle to be a circle, and I want this part to be a hex. So I'm making it a circle, and then in this one extruded section, I'm turning it into a hexagon. Oh, except I accidentally did it all the way down, which I didn't mean to. Okay, there we go. So it shouldn't, right? Because my multiplicand is 6. Whereas in this case, the multiplicand is 2. And we have 3 points to a side if you include the corners. It is one of those stupid things where there's one extra because shapes. Okay. So then that means... Does that mean it's... So the hex part needs way fewer than the circle part? Yeah, or I can just find the sides, which is what I'm trying to do right now. And I'm just kind of like fixated on this, so whether it's necessary or not, I'm just going to do it. But I think I understand. So it needs to be 7 to a side if you include both corners. Is there no more undo? Numbers are hard. Is this rotated? I think it's still in the rotation. I think we went back to that and it didn't get undone. Tab. Yeah, so I think if we rotate Z minus 45, we should be realigned. Looking good? I'm trying. So then a side should be 7. Oh, you just see me. Oh, sorry. So a side needs to be 7 then, right? Because I multiplied by 6, and if I multiplied by 3, there's one extra one for the next corner. So if I have this in place... Oh. rotate Z 45, so that puts a corner on the line. Then we have one in the middle, and then we need 1, 2, 3, 7. I count good. Okay, snap, cursor to selected. You feel like you're in art class, but you're stressing because you failed your math exam. You and me both, Rose. You and me both. I think we got the math to work here. I think I made sense of this. Oh, hold on. Need to select its buddies. And then we want to scale x 0. And that'll flatten that side. We do the same on the opposite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait, nope. Got to move our cursor first. Okay, snap, cursor to selected. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Man, I totally knew it was going to happen, too. Small voice in the back of my head was like, this is one of those times where you need an extra one. And I was like, nah, shut up, brain. You're an idiot. And my brain was right. X 0. Okay, good. Go back to the down view. And then, as I said, the rest of these, if we just rotate Z 45, oops, around the median point. Rotate Z 45. The problem is, no matter what we do, it's harder to do it the way I was doing it before, but I think it can still be done. Oh, wait, no. No, it's not 45. It's 33. Or it's not half of a 90. It's what's the angle of a hexagon? I can't believe I'm having to know all of this. It should add up to 180. No, it should add up to 360. 360 divided by 6. 60. I was right. Okay. I can't believe I just typed out 360 divided by 6. Okay. We're just going to pretend that didn't happen. It's always good to double check. There's no reason to be ashamed. Rotate Z 60. That'll do it. Suddenly everything makes sense. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that was the other half of the problem I was running into. Okay, cursor to selected. We almost got this, folks. I think I made it work here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, good. And grab the top. Up, 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 up. Scale X 0. Botman was onto something? Wait, what did he say? I need to take what I learned in art and use it in math class. If you can do that, I would be very impressed. Okay, we want to median point and then rotate 60 again. And that's it. We're here. This is it. This is the last side. Or the last rotation, anyway. We have to do both sides, but we figured it out! Guys, we did math. A moment ago, I was like, no, it's 33. Oh, yeah. Oh, but it wasn't 33. It was 60. It was 60. It would have been 30. I was thinking like a third, so I was thinking like 33.3, but it's a third of a circle, so it's 60. Yay! I like it without the A. It's got more feel. It's just like, yeah! It's a lot more extreme. I like it. It's got good energy. Okay, now I'm excited because we got this figured out. And this will be a useful thing to instantiate throughout the entire build, so very happy. Very, very happy. Scale X 0, and that, ladies and germs, is a hexagon. Yay! Sorry, Scotty, I know that was a weird noise. Okay, so that's the deal right there. That is how this do. That is how the deep sea anglerfish do. Alright, so now we can take this whole beast, rotate, Y90, and we can bring back the visor. We're going to rename this screw hole. And then we need to get these aligned with the visor. What's going on, Lola? Yeah, people are coming home from work, Boogie. It's okay. Come here. Come on. Lola. Just come in here with me. You don't have to worry about noises in here. I know, that fell. It's okay. You're not in danger in here. There's plenty of room for you. Hi, good girl. Come here. Come here. Poor thing. There are noises outside. It's very scary. So scared. Oh, I'm so scared. Silly creature. Oh no. Oh shit, guys, I'm dumb. It's a free pet the dog. You don't have to pay for it. Hey, folks. Yeah, it turns out I'm still stupid. Great news. Because at the widest, that's... There's no noises in here except the pebble rattling around in my brain. Okay. Well, Lola, you can help me sign off. On that note, I'm going to have to call it because I screwed up again. I'll show you how. Are you ready? Where exactly does that nut go? I know. I know. Yeah, I did a stupid. Yeah, Papa fucked up, huh, Lola? Look at this. I'm a moron. There's no way to fix this problem without making all of the sides thicker. I'm a genius. I'm definitely not a genius. I'm not a moron either. I criticize myself a lot. But damn it. Fuck. It's just moments like that make you feel real stupid, huh? What's his face made so many light bulbs before he did it right? Yeah. Einstein or whatever. Oh, this was so close to being perfect.
Can I handle all of the surfaces being 9 millimeters thick? If I can do that, we don't have a problem. Like if this whole thing, or actually 10 would be better, so that there's, or 11, so that I have a millimeter, or half a millimeter on either side would be fine. So 10. Can I live with everything being that thick? That's really thick. That's way too thick for a helmet. I'm going to need to get new screws. I need like really, these are machine screws. Like these are small. I suppose, well, I guess I could have it screw into the plastic, but that's going to be a much less solid hold. I could shave my nuts. I had to say it that way. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. But seriously, I could take the nuts for the screws and then just like thin them down on the top and bottom. That's going to be really hard to accomplish. Yeah, they're really small screws. So that, the thing you're seeing on screen is like this, except there's a big fat thing on the end to make room for a screwdriver. So that is what this is, to give you an idea of the scale of what we're working on here. So this metal, this piece is really thin. 10 millimeters would be, I'm sorry, is this uncomfortable for you? 10 millimeters would be enough for it to fit. Comfortably. It's just really, really thick. You went looking for people with less night light and you found a bright light. Did I just have a stroke or did you? What just happened? Last name? Oh, you were looking for people with the last name Light. That's not my real last name. That's the stage name that I used to use. Ooh, yeah, pop. Yeah. Alrighty. Okay, well, I am a little disappointed that that didn't quite work the way I wanted to. I was hoping this could be... It's a singer from New York. Oh, really? That's pretty cool. Stole my name, stupid New York singer. What do you say, Lola? Did we say goodnight? Yeah, man, I'm really bummed that I wasn't able to get that to stick the way I wanted it to. 10 the main reason I don't want to do 10 millimeter thickness isn't because I think it would look bad. It's more because I think it would be really heavy and waste plastic. And that means all the mounting holes need to be like designed around that. Anyway, I'm going to keep thinking about that, and we will revisit on the next Wednesday stream. More Final Fantasy on Friday. Don't forget about that. Thank you so much to the patrons, Jakob, Melody, and Hermit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all for hanging out with me. It's been a blast as always. Patreon stream tomorrow. Final Fantasy on Friday. Tears of the Kingdom not far away, people. Not far. Thank you all. The prompt for this week is... honey. Oh, god damn it. I can't remember. Hold on. I got it. Bye, Lola. You're done. The prompt for next week is... Reach. R-E-A-C-H, reach. Go ahead. Go. Go on. You're not trapped. It's okay. Good girl. Yes, the prompt for next week is reach. Honey. No, that's not it. Oh, a raid. Not today. I know I should be doing them, but I'm not going to do it today because I got to run. And because I'm
I'm not ready for the social interaction involved. We're gonna skip that for today. But thank you for reminding me, Corey. Please do continue to do so. But yeah, I'm not feeling it today. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's been a blast as always. I will see y'all on Friday. Take care and have a good one.